And it sounds like we are live. All right, hello, welcome. Hello there, everybody. Hopefully somebody in chat will tell me if my mic is working this time. If our esteemed studio members, go ahead, everyone say hi on our call.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
All right. So real fast, I'm going to go ahead, when this is on the video on demand, I'm going to go ahead and put the start of the adventure in the description. But since we are live, I'm going to go ahead and do our intro before we go ahead and jump right into tonight's game. So real fast, this game is brought to you by dScryb. They are a fantastic website that generates box text for you. I'm going to be using it all throughout the night to sort of describe different bits of scenery and happenstance that goes on through the game. Fantastic tool. I can 1000% recommend it. And there's a 10% off link in the description. This beautiful artwork, the set dressing and everything, was done by the esteemed Luke Jackson. He's a professional graphic design artist, and you can find all of his links in the description too. Oh, thank you, Johanna, for telling me everything sounds good. Whew. All right, so those are our... oh, and one other thing, everyone is going to be playing... their characters they're playing tonight at least have something to do with Galder's Gazetteer, which is a 5e expansion for advanced players, and 100% of the proceeds are going to the Cancer Research Institute. You can find that link in the description, which Michael, right there, Thinking DM, he was the playtest manager for that, and I think everyone here has a copy of the book, right? In some form? Yeah. Yep. Isn't it awesome? Go ahead.
Yes. Yes. Very cool. Go get a copy.
Yes.
Read,
all right.
Read it twice.
Woo.
Yeah.
So, without further ado, I guess we can sort of get into the game. We're gonna do it a little bit differently. We're gonna try to do it like a TV episode. We're gonna do an opening sequence like in media res, and then we're gonna rewind and do the character introductions. Sound good?
Love it.
All right. So, the king is dead. 3 years ago, the Gnostic cult overthrew the White Church, claiming they had a secret truth about it. They seized control not only of the capital city of Mare-Lorraine, they seized the splendid cathedral, the church's headquarters, and they seized the royal household who supported it and cut off the king's head. After a second civil war, the Gnostic cult is driven underground and the queen was restored to power, and she wants revenge. There are large contracts and bounties out to bring the killers of the king to justice. But you folks are just beginning bounty hunters. Well, kind of. You all find yourselves on the other side of a barn door in the middle of the night. Two of you have your backs out looking at a olive grove, sweat running down your face. Other two of you folks are peering into the barn. You see a sea of people before you, singing, arms length swaying back and forth. Somebody at the top of a podium chanting louder and louder, and then a sudden bolt of lightning. The barn gets brilliant light, and then your eyes go wide. Oh no. So cut back. Let's do some character introductions. Who are you all playing?
Alyssa?
I'm playing Shale. We were talking about her last name in Discord, and I don't know if we actually settled on one. I feel like there was a few front runners, but she is a gnome rebel. Used to be part of the Gnostic cult.
Yeah, so we have a reformed Gnostic, someone who quit the cult and is maybe kind of weary about everything coming back. Who else is in our team of bounty hunters?
I'm Mike. I'll be playing Kondrakar Valkyrie. Kondrakar is an infernal dragonborn paladin, and I'm an acolyte of the White Church.
All right.
Hi,
and at the
I'm
end
Derek.
Of,
Sorry. Go ahead.
Fast, at the end of our, so Ken not only is a acolyte of the White Church, but the last episode, it was revealed that they had stunning, terrifying visions of demons coming to destroy everything. And one of the Gnostics that was captured left you with what chilling thought, that the demons that you were so afraid of seeing might be a result of the White Church's actions.
Yes, I had visions of them crawling from the ice.
All right, Derek, what's up?
Hi, I'm playing Orion. He's a shade elf, and he's a stranger in a strange land. He's surrounded by short-lived humans, and he's having a bit of trouble making connections and following up on a prophecy that he is to slay a monster in this land. But that was 100 years ago, and he's becoming a bit disillusioned about that whole process.
All right. And our last character.
Hi, I'm David, and I'm playing Millicent Medcroft Price. Just decided on a last name for her today. She's an archivist, and apparently now she is also a bit of a curator because she's gotten knowledgeable about physical artifacts as well as documents. She was the archivist for Blaise Brackenfield's noble house. And when it was invaded by the Gnostics during the Civil War, they destroyed her fellow archivists as well as the knowledge that they were sworn to protect. She fled with a folio of documents that she still carries today that held the secrets of rune wielding, which she has studied and now uses that power to fight and get revenge against the Gnostics.
Excellent. So, so before you found yourselves peering into the barn with certain doom staring you in the face with a blinding light, this day started out not too bad. You had just come back from another mission with some of your other teammates, and you have managed to capture 2 Gnostics, 2 people who were standing on the scaffold when the king was killed. And you decided that you were going to wait until you had 2 prisoners to capture. You decided you wanted to wait until you had 2 people captured before you approached the Sergeant of the Senate. Now, the Sergeant of the Senate is the one who is in charge of the hunt for the regicides. But he is, concerned. It's a very delicate, secretive mission, right? These people were very powerful in the faith. They could read each other's minds. They had a whole network of spies out there. And so he doesn't want to give his precious intelligence where these regicides might be to just anyone. He only wants to give it to trusted folks. So the team has captured 2 such people, Tom Maggi and Philip the Quick. And now you're going to bring them over to the sergeant. Say, hey, we're good. You can give us a more worthwhile bounty now. You decided to travel over to the arranged meeting place under the cover of darkness, because transporting 2 live prisoners to their certain doom might attract a little attention in the daytime. So you waited until night fell. You sent Blaise and Lilith, your 2 other companions, off on another mission. They're going to go back and maybe make you folks some gold and buy you some arms, trusting that the 4 of you are more than competent to deliver these 2 prisoners to the sergeant. So you find yourselves patrolling the alley at nighttime. You have a cart being pulled by somebody. Who is pulling the cart?
Kondrakar will pull the cart.
All right. So who is standing in front of Can? Leading the way.
Orion will scout ahead.
All right.
It's appropriate.
All right, so we have Orion out front. We have Can pulling the cart with the 2 prisoners bound and gagged with, bags over their heads in the back. And then who is taking up the rear?
Shay'll be right behind the cart, keeping her eyes on both of those, making sure that neither of them do anything funny.
Okay. And where's Millicent then?
Well, that leaves Millicent in the cot, doesn't it?
All right.
Where I think she belongs.
So as you make your way down the dusty alley, the laundry is hanging above the city. You can still hear the faint chattering of some people in taverns. You can hear the crying of babies trying to get to sleep. You can hear drunken arguments in far off buildings. But as the cart rattles down, suddenly you hear another noise. You hear the rustling of cloaks, and you hear heavy footfalls as out of the darkness approaches a whole group of cultists. You can tell that they are cultists. Ooh, here's a cool picture. Is that coming through?
Ooh, yeah.
Yes. They're easily recognizable as Gnostic cultists because around all of their arms are pieces of paper with little scribbles on them. And even in the moonlight, the words on those pieces of paper glow. You know, this is something the Gnostics did when they went into a situation where they might be facing death. To steel themselves in their faith that their bodies are only temporary, and being relieved and transporting to their spirit form is what they actually desire. One of them steps forward and with a low growl underneath their breath, demands that you cut the bonds of their kin in the back of the carts.
Can
That's going to be a no.
Stand aside, heathens.
That's not
So-
going to happen.
Let me know if there's an opportunity for this. I think Millicent would manifest as an action her vision rune, and then with the same action, which she can do now at 5th level, activate it, or it has a name. I think it's called Erupt, and create magical darkness.
Well, it sounds like this is an excellent opportunity to roll initiative then.
Uh-huh.
Ooh.
All right. So there is one leader sort of staying in front of you who has a big pendant dangling around her neck. Behind her are 4 other cultists. And then behind the cart are another 4. All right, so what did everyone get for initiative?
So we're surrounded.
Yes, you are surrounded.
Okay, good to know.
Simplify.
30,
Orion
20.
got 20.
20 here as well.
Also 20.
Ooh.
No!
I had a 19. I thought I was doing well.
Yeah, right? Okay.
We all did.
Wow, shenanigans.
High dice. Let's go. We're going to steamroll these guys. Hopefully, they didn't use all our good rolls.
I'm a
All
little
right,
worried
so,
about that.
Or Rayan, right? Just as soon as these people like step out of the shadows, you know, quick as grease lightning, you draw an arrow or you reach for your sword. What's going on?
As I see the cultists step out of the shadows, and there's probably 4 or 5 of them in front of me, and they mean us harm. I think Orion will he'll invoke fairy fire on those 5 individuals in front of them, so that they light up and they've got better targets.
All right, so yeah, even in the shadows of the darkness, all of a sudden they glow a little purple flame, sort of surrounds all of them, highlighting their bodies against the dark sky. All right, so Shale, you instantly recognize that some of these verses that are scrawled across their arms, you know, preaching against the evils of being trapped in the flesh. How does that make you feel, and how do you react?
Shale is sort of seeing red a little bit and trying really hard not to like get overly emotional. And the leader is by the back of the cart, you said?
The leader is
Close
right in
there?
front of the cart. She just stepped right in front of it.
I'm just gonna take a dagger to her. Just straight up try to dagger her in the gut.
All right, so you climb over the cart, sort of squeeze through the alleyway and try to get a good attack on her, on the leader?
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, so you should have telegraphed your movement because you have to squeeze past the cart, so you have to roll with disadvantage.
Okay. And 11. So that is a 16 to hit.
Yes, a 16 will hit. Armor class is 13.
All right. That is a 3 on the dice. So 5 damage. And I will sort of... So does her coordinated attack require somebody like to hit the exact same target or just any target?
Anyone.
Okay. And then I'll sort of just in doing so, sort of like distract her and just give somebody else an opportunity to get a weapon attack in.
All right. Orion is still the closest, I think, to her.
Perfect. Orion can totally hit somebody real hard.
All right. So is she in melee range or is she outside of the 5 feet?
No, she's right in front of you.
Okay. Well, then he'll take a swipe at her with his scimitar.
Mm-hmm.
And rolled a 14.
Yeah, 14 will hit. The armor class is 13.
All right. And 4 points of damage.
All right. Cool. All right, so Millicent, there in the back of the cart, you see these 5 cultists right in front of you, sort of light up in purple. The 2 folks who are in the cart with you, they are getting excited and hopeful for the first time that they might be rescued. What are you doing?
So, by the way, Kandrakar, you have dark vision because I gave you a rune for it this morning. And also your sword has a rune on it. So just keep that in mind.
Okay. I think it says here battle axe, but sure.
Oh yeah, battle axe.
Whatever it is. What does the rune do?
So you can either, if it's heavy, you know what, it's complicated. I don't think it's relevant.
Okay. let me know if it comes up.
Love it.
Here's what I'm thinking of doing. You said there's 5 people in front of the cart?
Yes, there's the leader and 4 accessory cultists.
So I think that I can mess up a bunch of them if Millicent manifests her gravity rune in the middle of that group, which is going to pull them 10 feet closer to it.
Mm-hmm.
And if they try to get away from it, they have to make a strength save or they're going to fall prone. Or
All
actually,
right.
it doesn't pull until the end of my turn. So for now, it's just there.
All right, so you manifest the room, and then are you going to move or are you going to stay where you're standing in the cart?
So I can do 2 voices with an action,
Mhm.
and with the second one, I want to erupt from that point where it manifested, and that will cause them all to make strength saves, DC 13, or get pulled 10 feet towards the center. And if they run into each other while getting pulled, they take 1d6 bludgeoning damage.
All right. Excellent. So that this huge thump sort of opens up in the center of them, and all the cultists sort of like bonk heads as they get sucked into the center. Thump, thump,
Yeah.
thump, thump, thump. Oof. The leader manages to not be knocked prone, but the other ones are all on their backs.
Oh, great. And then with the bonus action, I can spend a resource, get 2 per short rest to erupt it again. So they get bonked again.
Boom. All right. Excellent.
I don't see a reason to move from the cart. I'll stay near the prisoners and make sure they don't get away. And I might retort back, that's wishful thinking. We've got the upper hand here.
Excellent. All right, so Can, you were, just a second ago, you were sort of handling this cart with your arms behind your back. Then all of a sudden, your teammate sprung into action. There's a purple fire sort of surrounding these 4 cultists who are temporarily on the ground with their senses temporarily knocked out of them. But behind you, you can hear the growls of a whole nother mob who's about to swarm Shale.
It's me.
Yep.
There's a whole nother mob. Okay. I thought Shell had snuck past towards the cart. I'm wondering if I should. All right, I'm gonna go try and aggro everyone on the back of the cart. It seems like you guys have got the leader and whatever is going on up here. So I'll go try and hold the back, and I'll go around to the back of the cart and just try to breath weapon as many of them as I can. It's a DC 13.
Excellent. All right, so it's kind of like a stoplight fire drill, right?
Yeah.
Shale is going around the left side of the cart. You're going around the right side of the cart to catch them as they're trying to run around. So you can go ahead and you can probably get 3 of them with your breath weapon.
Okay, it's a DC 13.
Ooh, and they
save.
all pass.
Oof. Is that? Sorry, I forget if that's half on save.
I think so. I don't have it. I don't want to dig up the book. Yeah, I think it's half on a save.
All right, 2 damage. Rounding down.
Okay. Noted.
Well, got their attention at least.
And they might run away. That could happen.
Shale sort of like sees this and sort of like lets out a bit of a snicker, just a little one, and then covers it with a little bit of a cough.
Yes, the Dragonfolk breath weapon is do not. It's fail and you're okay.
Okay.
No half damage.
Okay.
Okay, cool. All right, so finally the leader of this group is gonna go. She thought this was gonna be an easy fix, all right. He jumps you with 9 people. There's only 4 of you, and there's 2 of her friends right there. But she is most concerned with freeing their heroes, right? Tom Maggi, he has the blood of the old king, the enemy king, on a handkerchief, and you took that away from him. That's a fantastic trophy. She sputters out in just like this uncontrolled stream of consciousness. Let him go, she screams at Millicent. So go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Oh no, that's a 2 on the die.
No.
Yeah. So her command spell takes root in your mind. And you are compelled to spend your action freeing Tom Maggi.
That sucks.
Yep.
Oh man.
All right. That's the leader's turn. Now it's the cultist's turn. Having managed to avoid the breath weapon, one of them turns back and is going to try to sort of tackle Can into the wall. So go ahead and make a strength athletics check.
I'm not proficient in that. I'm strong though.
Sorry, is this person in the
17?
front group or the back group?
This is the person in the back group, yeah.
That's a 17.
With an 18, they managed to push you up against the wall. Boom. So you get you 5 feet back, and you're sort of like kind of pinned or grappled against this against the alleyway. Like there's like an old barrel smelly fish right next to you, and it's just getting into your nostrils. The other 3 are going to run around and just try to stab Shale right in the back. What's your armor class?
18.
All right. Miss. So all 3 of them, they're like tripping over bits of straw or the wagon wheels, and you just managed to shrug the 3rd one off.
Yeah, I got my shield and tung 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 tung.
Mm-hmm. All right. The ones in the front, they're going to try to stand up from the gravity rune. Does that take an action, or is something they can just do? I think something they can just do.
If they try to move away from it, we have to make a saving throw.
Okay, so they're going to try to move away from it to try to get closer to the cart. Pass. So they managed to use each other's they all managed to grab each other and help each other up and slowly start to move forward. 2 of them managed to get within striking distance of Orion, who's at the front right there, and they just go after you, right?
Okay.
Miss and miss, but they're completely unsuccessful with their billy clubs, right? Nothing against a skilled hunter such as yourself. So that takes us right back up to you, Orion, right? So right in front of you, you have 2 cultists who just miserably failed at attacking you. What are you doing?
They bring a billy club to a knife fight. Orion's going to use his combat valor, and so he'll move 15 feet away from them
without provoking Opies. Okay.
Without provoking an opportunity attack. He'll get in the darkness where they'll never see it coming, and then he will take his first bonus action attack at the leader. So I'm assuming he still has advantage because she's in purple light.
Yes, she's still outlined by the fairy fire.
All right. So I rolled a 14 and a 20.
Yeah, both hit.
A crit.
Nice.
So that was just one I just rolled twice. So so for her attack, 24 points of damage.
All right, and that's enough to do it, right? So go ahead with that critical hit, you down the leader on the spot.
Yeah.
It's like train the other 2 shots on the two of the cultists that were attacking me with clubs.
All right, so you just take a step back and get out your bow and pow pow.
Right. So that would be a 21 to hit, and a 20 to hit. And I'm pulling the bow back a little bit farther than my cheekbone. I'm pulling it all the way back to my ear, so the bow's about ready to snap. It gives that little bit of extra oomph to the bow shot, so it does more damage.
Perfect.
So it is 16 points of damage and 19 points of damage.
And that will kill both of them. So go ahead and also grab your inspiration for saying your catchphrase. So for audience members just joining us, each of the characters has a especially corny catchphrase, and each time they say it, they get the inspiration. And you can only have one inspiration at a time, so you might as well use it and say your catchphrase again. All right. So Orion just stabbed the cult leader, dropped her completely, and then with cool as a cucumber, took 2 clean shots and dropped the other 2 cultists who just tried to whack him. Shill, you were standing there. Behind you, you have the 3 who just tried to stab you, and there are 2 in the ground who just managed to get up and sort of start staggering forward, outlined in fiery purple. What are you doing?
I'm gonna glance quickly behind me and see if Millicent, now that because I heard the leader yell, and I saw Millicent begin to untie the cultists. Now that the leader's down, does it look like Millicent has her faculties back, or is she continuing to untie the bonds?
Go ahead and make a wisdom check real fast.
Me or Millicent?
You.
Meh. That's really good. 17 plus 1, 18.
All right, so just in the split second, you can just sort of glance out of your eye and in your peripherals, you can see the sort of senses coming back to Millicent. You know that she's going to be okay.
Okay, great. Then I will take I'll just go ahead and take another dagger attack straight at is there cultists on the ground, did you say?
They're getting up from the room. Sort of they're standing, but they're still kind of on wobbly legs.
Okay, I sort of climb, run up onto the body of the fallen leader, and then jump off of her and sort of come down with the dagger into the one on the floor and free their minds!
Yeah, excellent.
Yell.
All right.
So as you do your pro wrestling move, you say your catchphrase and drive a dagger. Go ahead and make an attack roll with advantage because it was so cool.
19 and 18. Just that hits.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Not gonna do that math. That is 4 damage, 4 piercing damage, and then I bark at Oren to get her.
All right. So the one that you stabbed is dead. The 2 bonkings on the head from the ruin plus the dagger's enough to finish them right off.
Get the other one.
All right. So Millicent, in the back of your cart, you find your hand was untying the knot, and you have the sack half pulled off of Tom Maggi's head. You can see his lips curling into a smile. But then your mind rushes back to you and you realize you hate these people. What are you doing?
Sorry, Oren gets to take a weapon attack. That was coordinated attack.
Oh.
I
Nice.
didn't specify that. I just gave the flavor and not the mechanics. I'm sorry.
Okay, I was waiting for my turn to move up and do that.
There's one more who's still staggering right in front of you, Orion.
Okay, so if he's right in front of me, I'll take the scimitar strike at him, and it's like a 24 to hit. So that I'm rolling good tonight. And 8 points of damage.
Awesome, and that's enough to kill that one too. Boom. So the 4 in the front of the cart are all dead. With that last one, the purple fire is completely extinguished, and all you're left with is occasional swinging lanterns in the distance, and the soft blue glow from the 3 cultists who remain. You're all the way at the back of the cart now. The other 3 are kind of in the front.
Didn't Millicent have a turn?
I just skipped right over you. That's what I did.
No worries.
All right, go ahead.
All kinds of, so I see Tom Maggi's crooked smile, and I come back to my senses. I say, thank goodness, enough of that, and pull the bag down back over his head. You stay here. And I'll crawl out the back of the cart and say, countercar. Oh, you lot. As an archivist, I've learned that those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And I'll do the same move I did to the 5 in the front, to the 4 in the back. pulling them 10 feet away from Kandrakar and bonking their heads together.
Nice. So
Nice.
thump, thump, thump. Each take a d6 damage. Fantastic.
That was the catchphrase as an archivist.
Mhm. Beautiful. Go ahead and grab your inspiration.
Woo.
Okay. So Can, right? Probably like
Yeah.
10 feet behind you, all these cultists just got sucked into this gravity well that Melissa just created. There's still one kind of next to you who didn't make it all the way around yet.
Okay, so if there's one that has not been sucked into it yet.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll get the straggler. We'll take I'll approach him with my battle axe and take a couple chops at him.
Good call. Nothing wrong with that.
8 plus 5, 13.
13 will hit. Just barely.
A 15. So 2 hits.
Yep.
All right. Wow, a 1 and a 2 on damage. That's tough. All right, so +2. 7 damage.
All right. Not enough to kill that one, but you can give him a good old whacking, right? He's got a.
Oh yeah, I'm incredibly effective. Listen, I have to remember the fallen. I don't want to have to remember these people. I'm just trying to give them a little bruising.
Yes. So the one who has like the holy symbol of like an upside down sword or bird over their heart now has a bleeding slash across their face as you go ahead and grab your inspiration. All right, the leader is dead. So the cultist that you just struck across the face is going to go ahead and try to strike you back. They reach into their cloak, right? They drop the dagger that they were holding and pull out a little wand. They sort of wave it around their head once, pointing at you, and ooh, yeah, a beam of holy light shoots out and just smacks you right in the chest.
No.
Oh no.
Ooh. You take 16 points of radiant damage, and you start to glow. And you're
Okay.
glowing enough that the two cultists you're sort of trapped in the gravity well, they're not even going to try to like get up and move. They're going to sort of like crawl on their bellies over at the same time, throwing little pebbles and like sling stones that they have right at your head.
The audacity.
But they all miss. I rolled a 3, a 4, and a 3.
Kandrakar is incredulous.
All right. So Orion, you can sort of turn your head around and see it towards the back of the cart, where these three cultists are like trapped on their bellies, throwing rocks at Can, who's just casually hitting them aside like baseballs and golf balls.
Well, Orion will he'll take aim at the
Oh, you cut out. Oh no.
No.
Oh no. Okay. We'll get back to you. So Shale, while
I
Orion
think I
is sort
both
of
shot
like,
at that one.
oh, never mind, you're back.
Did 13 hit him?
Yeah, 15 hits.
Okay. Okay. And he's going to try to disarm him with a disarming strike. So he wants him to drop the rod. And so I'll add a die 8 to the damage. And roll the damage first. That's 5. 5 plus 8 is 13. And if he can make a strength saving throw of a
already failed
14,
and dropped the rod.
He drops the rod. Okay.
Awesome.
Orion will say, "Drop the rod."
Yeah, you hit him in the wrist, and this short piece of metal sort of hits the ground and rolls conspicuously underneath the cart.
Okay.
All right, Shale.
How many are left now?
There's only the one who just dropped the rod.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna go and finish him. How far away am I?
Maybe like 5 or 10 feet. You can like walk around
perfect.
the back of the cart
Yeah.
over it.
I see him like getting distracted and hit by Orion and dropping the rod, and I'll just take the time just to circle behind him and stab him in the back with my dagger. That is a. Oh no! I'm gonna take my inspiration and. I don't think that's gonna hit either. 14? Maybe that hits.
Yeah, 14 hits.
14 hits. Oh, it's a 1 on the damage dice. 3 piercing damage.
All right.
Just a graze.
Yeah, just another graze. So he's got this embroidered symbol over his heart of like the upside down sword. He's got the slash across the cheek from where Kenneth got it. Now he's got another bleed across the shoulder from where you did it. But this last cultist is looking around desperate and starts like muttering underneath their breath. Free me from this flesh. Free me from this flesh. Become spirit again.
We may want to take him alive.
Wildly.
Orin, finish him. Coordinate attack again.
All right.
All right. And we'll move up, and I'm going to try and do non-lethal damage. I'm hoping to maybe question this person.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, a 23 to hit.
Yep, that'll hit.
And 7 points of damage.
Awesome. Yeah, and I'll hit him square on the head. And so you got the one with the little embroidery symbol knocked out on the pavement. The other ones scattered around, their bodies are limp and motionless.
Is that everyone?
That's everyone.
Wow.
Well, they knew where we'd be, and that seems to be concerning, I think.
Everybody doing okay?
Millicent says, "Oh, didn't even get my gloves dirty."
Fine, frustratingly ineffective.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. You did great. You scared him. You're very intimidating.
Kandrakar is going to start piling the bodies up on the cart.
Okay.
We must take these to the proper authorities.
Maybe we should tie up that one.
I think he's tied up again.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh
Well,
no,
there's one that we knocked out, so we should tie him up.
The new one.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, so you find this other cultist. He was unconscious right now. You reach into your packs, get a length of rope, bind their arms and legs together, and throw them in the back of the cart.
Look, we got one more.
What's the guy's name? The sergeant something or other?
The sergeant of the Senate.
The sergeant of the Senate shall be pleased.
Yeah. All right. Speaking of which, your meeting with Alexandra Louis was supposed to happen 1 hour after sundown. And this little delay is definitely going to set you back. You don't want to be late to your first important meeting, do you?
Certainly not.
Oh, well, I better start pulling quickly.
Yeah, I guess Orion could help pull if that matters.
All right. So you managed to stack all these bodies in the back of the cart, right?
Do we want to take all the bodies?
I'm satisfied to like leave them nicely, but not like slain in the street. But if I position them or something, and I leave a little burning incense stick next to them.
Maybe we should search the bodies and find out if there's any clues.
Good idea.
Ken, I don't think we really want to spend a lot of time, fussing around here. They sort of what they're gonna get. Let's just grab what we need to have and go.
That's a good point.
All right. So do you want to skedaddle or do you want to take a minute and examine the bodies?
You understand, if we don't treat them right, then we are no different than them.
Listen, why don't we pile them on and I'll search them on the cart while we make our way there.
I like that.
All right.
Besides, if they've got any clues on them, I think the person we're meeting with will be well pleased and forgive our 1 minute of lateness.
All right. So go ahead and roll a d12 while you take the time to stack the bodies on the cart.
7.
All right. So the silence in the alleyway is absolutely deadening as you stack the bodies one on top of each other. The little bits of parchment and paper that are wrapped in their arms, some of them straggle off and float away in the breeze. But you managed to get them all in the cart, and Can, being one of incredible strength, is able to pull the cart with all the bodies and the gnome still inside it. Or Millicent's actually a human. So Millicent, go ahead and make an intelligence investigation check as you go through the bodies, as you roll across town.
So I'm trying to think what benefits I have to that. I think it's just It's just straight. So let's see. Investigation would be a +6. Woo! That's a 23.
All right.
All right.
So the first thing you notice is that all the strips of parchment, they have stopped glowing. Do you ignore them or do you sort of read the scriptures?
Well, Millicent knows that reading the scriptures can infect you with a mind virus, so I think she would avoid that.
Yeah, so Millicent thinks that it's dangerous to look too much into Gnostic lore, right? That these people are crazy. So you don't read it, you sort of crumple them off and just sort of throw them out one at a time?
I mean, I'd like to hold on to them. Maybe I'll file them, and Millicent keeps copious files. I think she would file them away in something that's not easy to open, so that no one looks at them accidentally.
All right, so you got like a little pouch or something with a lock on it that you can keep all the writings in there.
Yeah.
Cam
Too
looks
dangerous
over-
for people to read.
Yeah.
Cam
Exactly.
looks over to Millicent and says, "Something to remember them by."
Go ahead and grab your inspiration for that one.
Yes, Countercause, something to remember them by.
All right. So, what you also find out, most of these people, right, they look like they are from this area, right? Their shoes are all like local leather. A lot of them are kind of wearing threadbare clothes. A lot of them have like really big hands as though they're manual laborers. Very few of them look like they're well-to-do at all. The one cultist who is still alive, they have that special mark over their chest. That one looks like he might be in a little better shape than the rest of them. He's wearing a tunic that has like fine letters and embroidery. He's got a silver belt buckle on.
Does Shale recognize the special mark?
Yes. You realize that this special mark belongs to one particular shrine, right? It's the inverted symbol of Saint Elizabeth. And so also going through, so that's what you find with the normal occultists, right? That they're all seem to be like manual laborers locally from this area. But the leader seems to be something entirely different, right? The leader seems to be wearing clothes that are from the Northlands, right? Like fur-lined boots, heavy like double thick cow leather gloves on. Very suspicious. The leader has a tattoo of a dog, like all the way across like the upper part of her chest. And she also has a small like book in her back pocket. Like it's a small like little tiny prayer book. That says the musings of Huck.
Hawk?
Huck.
Huck. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe another.
The secret musings of Huck.
Does Shale recognize that name?
Go ahead and make a religion check.
Can I get down on this religion check too? I'm proficient.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's a natural 20
You know what?
for a
Yes.
total of 23.
So you know that the Gnostics believe Huck was the person who was keeping control of the White Church's ability to raise the dead. And that Huck got this ability by making a deal with a devil. And so the secret musings of Huck are all about his regrets of doing this and giving the White Church power through evilness.
Well, that's just mighty fine.
Do you share this information with your team?
I do. I take it to Millicent first. Wait, because it was Millicent the other one who was
Yeah, Millicent has the other scriptures.
the religion? Yeah. So this is a little interesting here. Not quite sure what a leader of the Gnostic cult would be doing with the secret musings of Huck.
Well, do you think they're authentic? Here, let me examine from the outside. Millicent just took the antique appraiser feat, So she wants to figure out if this is like a real record of Huck's thoughts, or if it's a forgery or a fake.
So looking at it just from the outside, you can tell this is a palimpsest. This is like a folded piece of paper that someone had wrote something one way, and someone had washed out the writing and then wrote something new going the opposite direction on it, which is really common in like monks do this if they're trying to save on paper, or if you're like in a sort of a poor area and you only have limited amount of resources, you would do this to sort of recycle things over. And it's also symbolic if you're trying to erase other knowledge, that you would wash it out and then put your new stuff on top of it.
Okay.
So this is something that somebody who wanted to erase old knowledge and replace it with new knowledge would do.
That sounds like something a Gnostic would create.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I as a player think that points to that it's a forgery or not authentic. Would Millicent come to a similar conclusion?
No, it seems like it's it is legitimately someone did this thing. This is a Gnostic writing. Like, this is a damning piece of the White Church, right?
Shale sort of probably said
Propaganda
something.
Gnostics, right?
Yeah, like, oh, if only it was so easy to just rewrite things. And then sort of gets back off the cart and takes the rear a little bit farther away.
Yes. And so just thinking of this, as the cart continues to scramble over, and you pass, shrine after shrine after shrine to the Lord Father, you're reminded of the White Church's like sort of ever-present power. That how much they've really, especially you, Orain, as an elf, over the past 80 years, you've seen them really just go from 1 of 5 to the church. Mostly based on their ability to raise the dead.
They just keep going and going, and there's more of them each year, and it just keeps going on and on. These humans.
Exactly.
Can Millicent take a look at this wand that was being used by one of the cultists?
Yeah, absolutely. So it is a short wand, and it shoots out a guiding bolt.
Oh, cool.
It shoots it out like once, and then it's done.
Oh, forever. It's just
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll file it away.
Just scroll and stick.
Belongs in a museum.
Archive that, will you?
Oh, of course. That's what I do. I think Millicent would also be upset at the idea of erasing something and replacing it with new knowledge. And she would say something like, the past can't be erased like that.
Ooh, okay. All
right.
No.
As an archivist, I believed it. No.
There you go. Go ahead and grab your inspiration point. All right. So the cart continues to roll across over a canal and then down another alley and then to an open plaza where you see lots of terracotta roofs, half cylinders going across, beautiful pale stonework, sort of reflecting off the vast ocean in the moonlight. But across the splendid cathedral, you see a small barracks house, which houses the Supreme Senate, right? The guardhouse of the Supreme Senate, which is where you're supposed to meet Alexander Louis, the Sergeant of the Senate. So rattling across the plaza, even in the middle of the night, it's not nearly abandoned. There's dozens, scores of people making their way in the busiest city in the whole world. You approach the barracks, and you are stopped before you get within 30 feet by cloaked guards wearing green and gold trim, absolutely baffled by the fact that you have a cart full of dead bodies.
I mean, that's fair.
We've come bearing gifts.
We have business with the Sergeant of the Senate.
All right, so after you guys do some quick explain, it's not what it looks like.
These are the ones to be remembered.
They never saw it coming.
Okay, so after you guys have this brief interchange, I'll grab your inspiration. The bodies, get taken away by a burial detail. They quickly ask, as they are going away, if you have anything to give them, if you had any additional information.
What do you mean?
well, these these people attacked you. Did they have anything of value or interest on them? And then the guard sort of waves it off. His body says, they're talking to the sergeant in a second anyway. It's okay. So they continue to drag the body off behind the alleyway, behind the barracks, and you're led up the ramp to the two pillars with the constant braziers, and going into the barracks room. You're led across the barracks. There's soldiers playing dice in one corner, people snoozing in another, some folks eating hunks of meat and cheese, and others, shaving off bits of their toenails with a dagger. Walking all the way down until you finally get to one room that has a double door with it, closed by a double door, large brass rings and studs on it. And above the brass rings, you see the seal of the Empire, right? The eagle clutching the Faustkeys. Who's brave enough to knock on the door?
Orion will. Well, both will.
We both sort of stand at the same time and
Look at each other like I was going to knock on that door.
I mean,
if you want to.
Go ahead.
All right.
We spend a couple more minutes in the standoff where
ridiculous
we keep inviting
pleasantries.
Inviting the other one to knock on the door.
Yes. All right. And so eventually one of you decides to raise the courage and pound, pound, pound. And then you hear a voice like boom from the other side. Open it up already!
We open the door and go through.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You probably
and standing on the other side is maybe one of the biggest men you have ever seen. He is a human, but he could easily pass for like half Goliath, right? He stands at least maybe a half head taller than Can, and just as broad, right? Absolutely massive figure. Bright gold crown or helmet on his head. Nicely trimmed mustache. Short beard hair. Fantastic armaments. Completely festooned with the marks of his office. This resplendent figure walks over to you and says, "Well, what have we here?" With an enormous smile, which almost takes you back. You'd expect a person of this girth to be almost intimidating, but instead it just like shoots out love and warmth and radiance.
Oh.
Well, hello.
He sort of like bends down, looks at you and shakes your hand.
Orion is a little bit alarmed by the effusive warmth of this person. Not used to that.
Can's a little more broody, so he's kind of reserved. So he's kind of just standing in the back, observing.
I think Millicent is tickled.
Yeah, so he walks right over to Millicent, and he gives you a very warm greeting, shakes your hand thoroughly, and says, "Thank you for contacting me. I've been waiting for this meeting all day." And he sees Can over there in the corner being kind of broody. He takes one enormous step over and like gives you like a half like bear hug. It says, "And you, friend, come know me better."
Oh, that's quite the welcome. I always say actions speak louder than words, and I'm glad that you've stepped forward to embrace me. So we shall embrace. I give him a big hug back.
Yes. So now that he welcomes you into his private office, which is, very nice. There's a little like rose bowl you can wash your hands with. There's a table of fruit and oranges and lemons. A small fire burning in the other side. Rich velvet tapestries. He's got a big sort of luxurious chair that he can sit on next to his half desk. He stands in the middle of the room, sort of like dominating this whole thing. And he says that he is extremely happy that you've reached out to bring him contact, and he wants to know who exactly have you brought, and he has been waiting on bated breath to see who you've captured.
Well, we've just collected a few more. You'll be pleased to know.
So he sort of looks at you and smiles, and tells you that you've done a great job. And then he looks, sort of frown for a second, and sort of dismisses that, common Gnostics are everywhere. It's easy to find people who are, sucked into the cult. He sort of like looks surprised for a second, and mutes that maybe they should be pitied. And then he says, it's melodramatic, "But the ones who killed the poor king." He starts to like almost like cry a little bit at the thought of his beloved king being killed. And then
I climb up him. I want to sort of climb up him and like sit like on his shoulders and sort of like give him like an awkward like hug, but from the back, it sort of looks like a child piggybacking. And I'm like, it's okay. It's okay.
Mm-hmm. He sort of looks at you for a second. He sort of like looks deep into your soul. You get this like feeling that he can almost read your mind. So go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, well, shucks. All I wanted to do was be kind. I don't want to be mind read. 19.
19. Okay, so he only gets your surface thoughts, but he understands that you're really happy to be there, and maybe he knows that you're reformed.
Yeah, probably, because she has been like sort of like thinking like that is pretty at the forefront,
Yeah.
you know. Yeah.
And he expresses his gratitude that you're welcomed back again, that you managed to find your way out of it, right? No judgment, just a warmth embrace that you're back on the side of truth.
It's good to be back on the
Yeah.
other side of truth.
And then he almost looks scared for a second when he considers the fate of those that you brought him, and he asks again, "Who are they?"
Well, it's sorry, whoops. Tom Magi, and was it Philip the Quick or was it someone else the Quick?
Yes.
Silas.
Tom Magi and Silas the Quick.
Silas the Quick.
Or Philip the Quick. I get them confused, actually, which I named them. Either way, those two, the name of Tom Magi definitely rings a bell to him, and he's really quite thrilled. And for a second, he ponders and says, "Philip, was the Quick involved in some sort of scheme?" He is asking whether or not you are going to reveal to him the location of the counterfeit mint. The team has in its possession a gear that can work a mint that turns stones into gold coins, but only for a week. The Gnostics were using this to try to debase the currency and destabilize the empire.
Oh, wow.
So you have
I
a
don't
choice.
know.
You're going to keep that information secret so you guys can have counterfeit gold, or you're going to turn it over to him. Turn this information over.
So aren't our other members planning to, you said at the beginning of the session, they're planning to use it?
Yeah, they're off on that mission right now. It's going to take a day to get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Blaze may not have told us about it. He may have kept it to himself.
That's a good point. Because Millicent wasn't there, so she may not even know.
Yeah.
I mean, Can would be forthcoming with any type of information that he thought would lead to the capture of the regicides, and so
Can votes for spilling the beans.
yeah.
All right, what does Shale think?
Does it sound like he that he wants that for those purposes, or just because he's worried about like money?
He wants to shut down a counterfeit mint. He's loyal to the crown. He knows that's no good.
I don't know what Shell would think. I think she'd probably be okay with. I don't know if she would push for it, but she would be totally okay with it.
Okay,
Telling
so
them.
Shale sort of like looks at her toes.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. Just feels a little uncomfortable here.
All right. What does Orion think? Spill the beans or keep the counterfeit mint?
Orion will keep the counterfeit mint.
All right.
Yeah, he does. He's not too concerned with these politics, I don't think.
All right. So that's 1 and 1 and 1 abstaining. It comes down to Millicent.
I mean, Millicent wouldn't want to out Blaze. She's loyal to him and wants to protect her allies.
All right. So you guys say, nope, we didn't find anything. He wasn't involved. He might have been involved in something, but nothing we know of.
Fine, if that's your choice, I'll abide it.
I quickly change the subject and start just talking, just sort of slowly and deliberately, and just sort of like talking about like how we got these guys and the attack and, the amazing hit, work that we all did. I just sort of start talking.
Yeah, he
Millicent
agrees.
backs her up and talks about how obnoxious Tom Magi was while she was watching him.
Yes, he agrees. He is very impressed that you managed to bring him not 1, but 2. And he understands that you folks are looking for more information to maybe join in his, to offer your assistance.
Precisely.
Anything you can tell us, Sergeant, that will lead to the capture of the regicides. We are at your beck and call.
So he is willing to give you something, right? He can't just bring you right into the fold. You only brought him 2 people. He can't spill all the beans about where the leaders, Peter the Huge, the half giant cleric who actually led the rebellion.
Peter the Huge.
Peter the Huge.
Peter the Huge. Okay.
Got a huge Peter.
Yeah. Or where Axtell, who was the commander of the armies, where he might be. He says they are working on that, but there's still top secret sensitive information. But you are really useful. Maybe you'd like to do me a favor too. And he tells you that there is one thing he can let you in on. There was one regicide who they meant to capture last week. They had staged a dinner party and they were going to snag this person up. Over at Lord Cordinio's villa, Lord Cordinio was going to have a dinner party to catch Oki. Oki was like the number, he was like number 3 in the religious hierarchy, right? He was in charge of producing religious edicts, saying that these are the things that the Gnostic church will approve of, and these are the things they do not approve of. Oki was doing this all anonymously, and he thought that he was going to be able to get away with it, and then after the Gnostics fell, just continued to leave his life. And last week, he was supposed to go to a dinner party at Lord Cordinio's villa. And here, the Sergeant of the Senate, Alexandria Louis, explains that he sent 2 of his agents, Vinny and Connie, over to the villa, but they never returned.
So he doesn't know what happened?
He doesn't know what happened.
Yikes.
Yeah.
As an archivist, I can't stand not knowing what happened.
Troubling indeed, of course.
So he says he got in contact with Lord Cordinio, and Cordinio says Vinny and Connie never arrived. But Lord Cordinio is more than happy to try again. He's going to throw another dinner party tonight, and again invite Oki over. And this time, Alexandra Louis explains to you he wants you to go, find out what happened to Vinny and Connie, and capture or kill Oki.
A dinner party? As long as they have stiff drinks, I'm in.
Oh, is that for dinner? I say with multiple oranges stuffed into my mouth from the table.
Yes.
I suppose one needs to eat eventually.
Oh, come on, Orion. It'll be fun.
These people just milling around and talking all the time, incessantly. I don't
Millicent
know.
turns to the sergeant and says, "Rest assured, we shall uncover this mystery."
Yes, we shall free their minds.
At that, he bursts into this wonderful smile. Wonderful! And he gives you guys like a picture up. He gives you like a half bear hug, like lifts you, the little gnome, off the ground, so her legs are just kicking in the air. He says, "Off you go then." And he says, "Don't let me forget your payment." So he reaches into his thing, gets out his little key, walks over to the wall, pushes his key right into the brick wall there, and the bricks wall start moving. Like in Diagon Alley in Harry Potter, the bricks start shifting out of the way to reveal a wall safe. He puts the key into the wall safe. The wall safe opens up. He scoops out a whole bunch of gold, hands it to you.
All right, a whole bunch of gold.
Whole bunch of gold. You guys have 300 real gold pieces now.
Yay.
We'll do
Much
nicely.
obliged.
Thank you. And I walk back past the table again and grab some more orange slices.
Ken walks over to the fruit bowl and he says, I quite like the yellow ones," and starts eating some of the lemons, like all the sourest ones he can find.
Just eating them whole, not even peeling them.
Yeah, eating them whole.
Yeah. And as you guys are doing this, he's sort of like laughing and chuckling at the sort of levity here. And then through the door, your 2 captured prisoners are being dragged in by the other guards. And instantly his countenance changes. It gets stone cold. He looks at them and says, "I don't pity you at all." And that's where we'll call it the scene.
Beautiful scene.
Love it.
All right. So, at the
Laughing
edge of Mary Lorraine, there is a village, and at the edge of the village, there is a farm, and at the edge of the farm, there is a villa. You got over to the sergeant's house pretty late past night, and by the time you walk all the way across town, it's still dark. It's probably nearing midnight. Off in the distance, you can see the start of the villa, and let's go ahead and bust out a dScryb. Oh yeah. Ooh. The acres sprawl in either direction, tilled fields as far as the eye can see. The rich soil is loamy, and the earthy smell wafts to you on the warm breeze. Soon green will sprout, crops will rise, and a harvest will be on hand. But now night falls. There we go. Nice little bit of box text there from dScryb. Link in the description. So as you approach the villa, it's sort of stepped up on a terrace. There's 2 or 3 levels you can walk up, and there's a nice cart path that makes your approach pretty easy. This is not entirely uncommon to have dinner past sundown. Laborers have to work all day until the sun sets, and then they can have their meal. So it's not all that uncommon to have food this late at night. From your vantage point, you can see the one villa that as you're approaching it, the sort of main house. Then off to one side, you can also sort of see a shed that seems to be overgrown by bush, and a well that seems to be in disrepair and unused. And also, just beyond on the other side of the villa proper, you can see groves of olive trees that seem to stretch out, going on and on and on.
All right, stay alert. The previous crew never made it to the villa, so eyes sharp.
Sure, we'll be
Did
fine,
they?
Oren.
Cannon's going to use
Good.
Divine Sense.
What are you doing?
Cannon's going to use Divine Sense. So if there's any consecrated, desecrated areas, celestial fiends, undeads, not behind total cover, within 60 feet.
Okay. As you sort of get closer and closer to the villa, just barely pinging on your divine sense, the well seems to radiate a desecrated sense. Something foul and unnaturally dark is going on with that well.
Should we investigate?
Something is befouled in that well.
I suspect we may not know what really happened to the folks who came here last.
All right.
Should we check it out?
Yeah, you can walk over.
Yeah, I think we
Right.
should.
I'm gonna
be
Cannon
fine.
wander over to it.
So the villa is 2 stories. It's 2-story bricks, and you can see that there is a candlelight going on in one of the lower areas. But other than that, you hear nothing as you walk past the villa and go off to the side and approach the well and the shed. Like I said, the shed seems to be overgrown with bushes and vines, and the well is falling apart. Getting close to it, the stones in the well are in disrepair. It's covered with dirt and soil, and the top of it seems to be poorly boarded over. There's like 2 boards over it and a third one that's sort of broken in half. You can
Like
see that
hidden?
from about 10 feet away.
Is it broken in half, like going in?
Yeah, like it rotted and then like collapsed.
Okay. I envision Can as being pretty strident, so I think he's just going to keep walking over to it without much of a care.
Shale also. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe like the last remnants of your divine sense are really starting to stink on your nerves as you get closer to this well.
Be careful.
Yeah, but all
Can
you
I
can hear
toss-
is all you can hear is crickets right now.
Can I toss a copper piece in there and see, like, what's the first splash?
All right, so you toss the copper piece down here, clink as it hits the bottom of the well. All you hear
Hello. I called down.
as
the
you
bottom of
call
the well.
down hello, you hear a rustling, something like moves around. Then you hear a voice, "Help! I'm tired. I can't get out."
Was that a human voice? Or was it fake?
As
Okay,
you-
Kent, you better climb down. They're tired and they can't get out.
No, these people need help.
By the way,
I-
so I give you blind
I don't have
sight
anything
out to
to
30
go
feet. So if it's less than 30 feet, you can.
Caution, Kandrakar. It
What's
is.
that? Iran?
I think it is. When hunting, you can trap animals and you can draw them into situations. I think this is caution is due here.
Don't be so pessimistic. Being such a defeatist, Orion.
Of course. All right. As you are.
Kandrakar has 30 feet of blind sight.
So with 30 feet of blind sight, you look straight down to the well and see nothing. Except for the copper piece, which seems to be resting like kind of on the ground. Resting on like an uneven part of the stone surface.
So where's the voice coming from? Nobody's in.
Looks empty to me. This is peculiar.
You hear a soft crying coming from the well.
Well, maybe you should climb down there. I'm not strong enough to climb down there. It's gonna have to be you.
Can
I have a foul
inspect-
sense about this well.
Can I
Either
inspect
way,
the well itself?
Distinguish whatever's laying in wait at the bottom if it does wish us harm.
My, aren't we just in a partying mood tonight? Bunch of totally
Right.
pessimistic defeatist.
Can's tired of waiting, so he's gonna start. I guess, crawling down the well. We have a rope. We said.
Can we tie a rope onto you?
Yeah, that works for me.
I'm gonna spend a conviction point and get shared sight so that on Cand so that I can see what he
That's
sees.
cool.
Nice.
Cool.
Got your back, buddy. Sort of give him a pat on the back.
So,
Sounds really
I much appreciate that,
Kandrakar.
Sam.
You're
alright.
welcome.
So what do you tie the rope off to? Is one of you holding it? You tie it to a tree? Do you tie it to like the shed? Like how are you anchoring the rope?
Maybe we can double wrap it around a tree limb overhead
Okay.
so that. We
But think
pull
of how
on
funny
it.
it could be if we just had you guys holding it.
I mean,
Well, I can't hold on to the rope and fire an arrow down the well. So
No, that's
you're not gonna have to fire an arrow. This is a rescue mission.
you're-
I can't
Gosh.
while everyone's
Of course,
debating
Shelley, you're
over
right.
what we tie it off to. Cam's gonna start like just like climbing down.
All right. So as you get down to the well, right? You're 10 feet down, 15 feet down, 20 feet down, 25 feet down, and all of a sudden you hear a sharp snap as an alpha Grick attacks. Let's go ahead and roll for initiative.
Whoa.
Oh, sick man. You dice are working tonight. I'm gonna get the D8 corporate up.
Nice. All right. What'd you get?
12.
8.
An 18 for Cam.
All right.
20 for Ram.
24 Orion. All right. So Orion, right? Something like sticks up on the back of your neck, right? You can hear like the slightest rustling, and you can tell that something's about to go happen down in the well, but you can't see anything.
But I am shocked. I'm
Yes.
shocked, I tell you. I think he'll go up to the well and
Oh no. He's gonna go in there and just be stunned in silence.
That's how shocked he is by this.
Truly shocked.
All right, Can. Right
Exactly.
beneath your movement, you realize that there's something right underneath you about to come in and make an attack. You have a moment to
Okay.
react.
I think Orion's back.
Oh.
Oh,
you're
I'm back. I was talking and everybody was frozen, and then I realized I was frozen. I think he'll go up and fire off an arrow down the well.
All right, so go ahead and make an attack roll with disadvantage because you cannot see your target.
Okay. So at disadvantage was a 19.
19 will still hit, yeah.
4 points of damage.
All right, so firing blindly into the darkness, your arrow still makes a satisfying thunk as it sinks into flesh instead of stone.
Nice.
I
All
hit
right.
somebody.
Yeah. You get a second attack. You're a fighter, right?
I am. We'll try that again. This time I got a 17.
17 will also hit. Armor class is
And-
16.
Okay, 11 points of damage.
All right, good to know. All right, so Can, you notice something is about to right up and smack you with a tentacle. You have a moment to react.
All right. I'm going to. I'm still on the rope.
Yes, you two hands. You can have like one hand or two hands onto the rope, whatever you want to do. But yes, you're still on the rope, maybe like 5-10 feet off the well's bottom.
All right. Can I do a? Can I just like do a drop attack onto him with the battle axe?
Oh yeah, absolutely, totally.
All right. Is this Ooh, 19 plus 5. I
That
assume
will
is a
hit. That will hit.
Do I get my second attack?
Yeah.
All right, and then a 17 total.
Yeah, both of those will hit.
All right, so the first one, the drop onto him, we're gonna. What was it 19? We're gonna smite with that one.
Good call.
That's
Good
3d8.
call.
And then the second one we'll just do normal. Ooh, not bad. 12. 21 plus 25 damage.
Nice. Man, you guys are just pounding on this thing. So the folks at the top, like this well is completely dark, and all of a sudden you see this bright light down there. What? Pshing! And you see your dragonborn pal next to like what looks like a huge serpent, and nothing else.
And then I'm going to. Oh no! I don't have. I guess I don't have my shield out. Okay. So then, in which case I don't have my holy symbol.
We can say you have another like a spare one around your neck or something like that.
Okay. Yeah. So then I'm gonna grasp around the holy symbol on my neck and say, "May the spirits of the fallen protect me," and cast Shield of Faith.
Nice. Good call. Good call. All right. Now it's the Alpha Grix's turn. Seeing as someone has just walked right into its lair, it's going to take advantage and try to get a quick snack. Oops. What's your armor class?
18 now with the with no shield and with the Shield of Faith.
Oh,
So-
man. So a 17 is going to miss. All right, it's going to do a second attack. And this one is going to hit. 21 will hit you.
Mm-hmm.
So you take 9 points of slashing damage from the tentacle.
Okay.
It wraps around you and you are grappled. And then it's going to make a bonus attack with its beak against you.
Ruh-roh.
And with a 17, that's going to hit for
Yep.
another 6 points of
Wait,
piercing
no.
damage.
18 is that armor class.
Ah! You
Avoid the
got
bite.
away.
Avoid the beak.
All right. So Shale, and that flash of light at the bottom of the well, you saw your friend getting like wrapped around by this huge snake-like thing.
Yeah, I'm seeing what he's seen, and I've been like narrating it sort of like lackadaisically. It's like, oh, it's going down, and oh, he's getting close to the copper piece, and oh, there's a tentacle. There's a oh shoot. Oops. And then just doesn't really know what to do. How far am I from like the? You know what? I'm gonna stab I could do a dagger attack and then forget that I'm not like that. My point of view is super wrong. So I swing at the air and then go, oh no, shoot, you get him, Kend, and give Kend the attack.
Oh, bravo!
Cool.
Very clever. Yeah, so go ahead, Ken. Take the coordinated strike.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use the inspiration on that because that's just awesome. Oh, and thank God I did. Maybe it still doesn't hit 14.
No, armor class is 16.
Oof.
Can I use my revenge of the? Oh no, I probably can't. I can't see him. I can see like him, but I can't see him. Right?
You know what? Let's say that you can see him.
Okay, I'm gonna give him Revenge of the Faithless so he can re-roll.
Nice.
Spend a conviction point for that.
All right, there we go. 20.
You can do an extra 1d8 of necrotic damage. Nope, radiant damage.
Oh, nice. I like radiant damage. We can do this. All right, so I think I'm gonna burn another first level smite.
All right. Sink it in there.
Mess this thing up.
3 through 3. Ouch. 11 damage. Oh no, plus the d8 from the thing, and another 3. 14 damage.
All right. Whew. With that, you've done 65 damage to this Alpha Grick. And Millicent doesn't even get a turn.
It's down.
Dead. Just falls down limp at the bottom of the well.
All
And,
right.
as you're down there, Can, you hear...
It was totally fine. I told you it was totally fine. No big deal.
Ken bends down and picks up the copper piece and he says, "I got your penny."
Thanks.
And as the I have your penny, have your penny, have your penny echoes up the well, you hear another voice following it. It's so cold, it's so cold, it's so cold, it's so cold.
Oh, there is someone to rescue still. Obviously.
Looking around, Can, you see nothing.
No, I'm gonna burn another use of the divine sense.
So you know you're definitely in a desecrated area where
Okay.
something that unholy has happened. Something not
Okay.
good.
Is it safe for me to come down there with you, Ken?
Well, I don't see anything.
You can. It'd be a very small squeeze, as just a tiny well.
Well, you'd better protect me. I start climbing down, and I want to
All right.
investigate. I want to investigate down there.
I kind of like spot him.
Yeah. So he spots you like a slide. You're right down. So you guys are like, face to face or like face to chin. As, your height difference.
Oh.
Can I assist with the perception and like the looking as I'm looking just through his eyes?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's go ahead and make a group perception check because they're all looking down there together, and except for Orion, who's keeping watch outside.
Rolling perception. Yikes! Rolled a 2.
Roll a 9 total.
My total is
15 for me.
Yeah. So you see nothing. It's an old dry well that seems to be, not in any use. The bottom is filled with old leaves and muck, and now the body of a grick and some rabbit and bird bones that it's been snatching.
Can Millicent investigate and like look for anything we might have missed, clues?
That's what you found.
Yeah.
Did you guys maybe like some light?
Would that help?
Pull out a torch.
Yeah, you can.
I can't see anything down here.
Yeah, so as you torch and down in there, it's maybe a little hot for Can too, but again, nothing stands out. It appears to be just an empty well.
I mean, I had true sight or blind sight, right? So like I should have seen basically anything that was down there, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
All right. Well, I mean,
What about like religion? Are there stories or tales of things like this that would produce voices from wells?
You know what? Go ahead and make an intelligence check as you're standing up there.
Can I call down like a children's rhyme that the gnomes use for playing hide and seek?
Absolutely.
I don't know what it would be, but I sort of
Mm-hmm.
say that, and then I'm like, "Ha, you win because we can't find you. Now it's time for you to step out."
So So you
So
don't
just
get
adding intelligence.
you don't get a unfortunately you don't get a reply to that.
Oh, I haven't used my inspiration yet.
Uh,
Oh, natural 20.
What happened to the child?
23.
you got a nat 20 on your intelligence check.
Yeah.
Very well. So you do know that Lord
of the cat.
Cordinio had a child that died tragically.
Oh.
Mm.
Oh.
Yeah. And now that you're really searching your memory with the nat 20, you remember that they said that their child fell into a well and drowned.
Oh my god.
So this is the
Horrific.
ghost of their child, maybe.
Is there a memento down there of the child? Maybe there's something that we could put his soul at rest.
The spirit to rest.
Sounds like something Kandrakar would want to do.
Yeah.
I have a prayer for this. Kandrakar takes out his prayer book and he finds a suitable prayer, to put the fallen to rest.
Yeah, so go ahead and make a charisma religion check.
That's new. Okay. So plus 6. 10 total.
So your prayer is heard, and after a minute, the voice sort of subsides.
Wow.
All right. I think that all we have left of her now is a memory.
Like all of our other friends who we lost in the war.
Well, now, isn't that a little... Okay, I think it's time we go to the party.
All right.
Getting a little
Yeah.
dark.
And
I do like traipsing around in mud holes.
And before Kandrakar starts climbing out, Millicent's going to put a hand on him and say, as an archivist, I hear many tales of sordid deaths like these. You've done something good here today. Few of them end well.
Thank you, Millicent. That means a
Well
lot.
done, Kandar. And you're right, Shale. We should eat. We need
I'm
something to
hungry.
eat.
All right.
I could use a stiff one.
All right.
I terminate the blind sight and start heading straight to the thing all by myself because I'm hungry.
All right.
All right. To the
So
party.
turning your back towards the shed behind you, you walk towards the villa.
Oh, there's a shed.
Yes, there's an overgrown shed right. There's an old shed right next to the well that looks like it's covered with overgrown bushes and
Oh.
leaves.
While the others are walking away, can Millicent inspect it real quick just to see if anything is amiss?
Absolutely. And as you inspect, we get
From the
another
outside.
description from our sponsor, dScryb.
Hey!
Hey.
Oh no, I just lost it.
All
All right,
It's
one
a shed.
second. One second. I hit the back button.
As an archivist, I would never lose that.
All right, 1 second. Thank you, chat, for hanging out. Okay. Overgrown weeds poke through deeply cracked stone path, leading to the sunken walls of the shed. The once sturdy wooden beams making up the frame of this building are now feebly dripping under the weight of the roof. Small shards of glass that once rested in respective window frames litter the dusty and battered pathway leading up to the shed. A large, hefty pile of stones lies against the farm wall, remnants from long ago collapsed chimney. Rusted tools still hang from their places on an outcropping of the overhang, awaiting to return the ones who once used them. But looking more carefully, go ahead and make an investigation check.
Okay. That's a 13 plus 6 for 19.
Nice.
So looking over, you can still see where it looks to be the door has not an actual bush over it, but a bundle of sticks and branches.
So something that was placed there intentionally. I'll call back and say, hold on a moment, everyone.
Orion says, Millicent, what do you have there?
Someone seems to have disguised this shack for some purpose. Perhaps there's more here than meets the eye.
Oh, guess dinner can wait another 5 minutes. Like,
Sorry to
walk
disappoint
back.
your stomach, Shale.
Ken produces an orange from his
Oh, thank you.
from
Don't
his
worry,
throat.
Shale. You will
Shale.
still be hungry in 5 minutes from now. So your hunger is going
That
nowhere.
is the point. I'm still gonna be hungry in 5 minutes instead of fed.
Well, that orange is about as large as your torso, so surely it's
True.
going to make a dent.
As a gnome, there's not very much here, you know? Ugh, hungry.
Orion will. Can he make a perimeter search of the shed? Can he walk around it? Is it
Yeah, what sort of things are you looking for?
doors, bodies?
Yeah, go ahead and make a wisdom perception check.
Bodies.
Okay.
And Millicent's just going to keep giving Kandrakar blind sight. Because you can.
Perception of 14.
Okay. So you don't see any dead bodies.
Ew.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be the most likely thing to see, so.
It's true.
Yeah. You can see out into the woods, and you don't see any creatures or eyes staring back at you. You don't see anything like approaching this barn, but off in the distance, right? You can sort of see behind the villa now. You can see that behind the villa there is the groves of olive trees. At the far side of the grove of olive trees, there's another barn, and with your 14 perception, you can see that there's a light flickering in the barn.
Okay. Well, I will relay that when I make it around to the front of the shed, and let them know that there's something going on the far side in the barn.
So he looked inside the shed as well, or just on the outside?
Just on the
Outside.
outside. No one's gone inside the shed
Just
yet.
on the outside.
I'd like to climb up to a window, like even while Orion's like doing his like look, I'm like scrambling up to the window and like using my elbow to like any additional bits of
Yeah, so
glass that are in there, and just like throw my head halfway out the window.
All right.
Everyone,
and then, right in front
everyone
of
else
you-
can tell that Can is kind of standing by the door, just contemplating just opening it.
All right, so Shale,
Hello?
looking through the window, you see a very
Hello?
strange machine.
Ooh.
Wow.
Go ahead and make an intelligence check.
Looks evil.
Ooh, 16 plus 0. 16.
Well, it has a big screw on top, and it seems to be a little push lever that you can push the lever and make the top part go down. And it also has lots of paper all sort of around the floor.
Millicent, I think that as an archivist, you'd really like this.
As an archivist, I'd really like this.
And I go all the way through. I just like pop all the way through and into the shed, all the way on the other side.
Yeah, so Millicent, as you peep through the window after Shale, like as her legs like tumble through the door or the window, and you get a good look at the
Kicking.
machine, you recognize it as a printing press.
Oh. I wonder what they're printing in here.
Probably the
let's-
Ritz. Probably the Ritz.
I go around to the door that Kandrakar's opening. So as not to get my gloves.
He's kind of just standing there staring at it, like waiting for permission. But
Okay.
So
You
Shale
can
opens
step
the
out the
door
way
from
now.
the inside.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I'm like, I was gonna use my thief stool to open the door. Oh no, wait, I'm inside. I don't need my thief stools. I pull them all out, and then I'm like, oh no, wait, unlock the door and open it.
Well, don't put them away yet, because as you're looking around behind you, as you open the door, you're in like a stable. So there are like 3 or 4 pens.
Oh.
Yeah.
One
One of them are open and 3 of them are closed.
Okay, but I'm not like with a horse or a goat or anything. It's just me and that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. One of the pens
All right.
holds the printing press, and the other 3 are closed.
Okay, I will start tinkering with those, and then I'll be like, so is Lord Kendero maybe okay? Like, why does he have the printing press? I feel like maybe things have gotten a little bit.
All right, so Millicent, are you going to look at the papers on the ground as Can walks in through the door?
Shale, I suppose your head's not as empty as your stomach. That was brilliant deduction.
I'm not sure if I should say thank you or how dare.
Well, save it for after we found some clues. I want to find out what's being printed with this printing press.
All right, so go ahead and make an investigation check.
Gladly. Not super great. That's a 16.
With a 16, you find like a bad copy, like their test run of a press, and so the letters are all smeared, and you can't really make it out. But you also find whoever put away like the case of letters, they did it sloppily, so they left like whole words together sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so it looks like they were trying to print a Gnostic broadside, like a flyer that you put out that has like bits of propaganda. It just asks a bunch of questions over and over again. Why does the White Church only raise certain people? Who benefits from the Queen coming back to power?
Wow.
What is the White Church not telling you? Does the Father really want you alive?
That is damning. What's this doing on the Lord's property, do you think?
Yeah, I wonder if he knows such a contraption is on his property.
Of course he knows.
If Millicent inspects the press itself, would it be possible to find about its history or origin?
You know what? Go ahead and make an intelligence check with advantage, because this is exactly right up your alley.
Okay, so that's a 15.
With a 15, you don't know the exact origin of this particular press, but you do know that they are, extremely complicated bits of technology. They require, huge chains of people to make. And so something couldn't just happen to get this randomly.
Yeah. And so question, would the antique appraiser feat apply to this? It says after studying an object for a minute, you add double your proficiency bonus to intelligence checks relating to its history or origin.
Yeah, and because you're an archivist, I'll go ahead and give you expertise on that anyway. But still, I think you're not going to really get much more than that. You can't tell an exact maker other than these things don't happen. These are rarities, right?
Right. Yeah, there's no way this could have been assembled and operated here without the Lord knowing, basically.
Yeah.
Maybe
Exactly.
Shale, you could check out the other stalls in this stable,
Sure.
and Orion will kind of keep a lookout.
Okay.
By the way,
I don't
Shale,
suppose anybody has some like pocket bacon or anything.
as an archivist, I've always got snacks on hand. Here, let me search my shelf.
As an
That doubles as a shield.
As an archivist.
Always
Feel
be
like-
prepared, we say.
Feel like cat treats.
it's always stale and out of date and old, but
Here, it's dried and shriveled mushrooms. Why don't you have a nibble on that?
All right,
That'll do.
Millicent is inspecting the printing press. Orion is sort of keeping watch outside. What's Can doing as Shale tries to pick some locks?
Can's kind of like looking around in the room, just seeing if there's any other means of ingress. Maybe just like trying to keep an eye out for things. He's kind of on high alert after finding the desecrated well.
Excellent.
He's kind of pondering on that too a little bit.
All right. So while Orion and Can are keeping watch, go ahead and make a thieves' tool check. Make a dexterity check and add your proficiency bonus.
Oh, that was not very good. Not very good at all. Math is hard. 5 plus 4 on the dice is a 9. I'm very hungry. It's very hard to do this when you're hungry and like nibbling in between.
Yeah. So with a 9, you find that 2 of the doors are unlocked. You can just like sort of open the pens open. There's little bars on them, and you look in, and inside there's musty old straw. It looks like an old pig trough in a bucket. But the third door, it doesn't have any bars, and it is locked.
Huh.
Bit sinister.
Bit sinister.
Locked from the outside, yeah. Like someone like put a bar, bolted it in, and then put a lock over the bar.
Well, does anybody have like is there a crowbar anywhere around? I'm gonna start looking for a crowbar.
Yeah, just outside on the shed there were some tools. Some rusty old
Perfect.
tools.
I go, come around the corner, come back with my crowbar, and sort of like throw it at Ken, because he's the strong one and I'm not very strong. Hey,
I'd be happy to help. So I
Great.
try and pry the bar off, I guess.
Since Kandrakar was spacing out, does it just like smack him?
All
Under
right.
attack.
Yeah, so go ahead and let's roll a d12 as you bust off the lock.
11.
Okay. So you get in there, and it's not easy, right? You go, huh, huh, boom, and eventually you get it, but with a huge crack. You hear like the splintering of wood as the entire door busts open. On the other side of the door, bound and gagged, is a thin and depressed looking man.
Wow.
Oh dear. Are you all right?
Vinny?
He sort of looks up and nods desperately.
Where's
Where's
Connie?
Connie?
He's
Oh, no, walk over, rip the gag out of his mouth.
He's right
Where's
there.
Connie?
He points behind you, and with that roll of 11 or whatever, Connie has snuck in through the front door, right past Orion, who is looking out the
jeez.
window.
What?
Sneaky.
What? Is this a fight? What's happening
Yeah,
right
yeah. So
now?
go ahead and roll initiative.
We're all like, I feel like all of our characters are sort of like looking around, trying to put two and two together here.
Oh,
Like-
Connie,
Big
go on
double
inside.
take.
They're waiting for you. I don't know.
Big WTF.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Connie, who was invisible up until this point, caught you completely off guards.
Well, I do have, ominous scene, which gives me plus charisma to my perception in combat and chases.
Ooh.
Oh.
So what would that bring your passive perception up to?
14? Yeah.
Yeah, so still not quite enough to sense the invisible person.
And so Millicent gave him blind sight, but not while she was busy doing other things. It only lasted.
She said she took it off.
Time.
All right, so what did you all roll for
it wouldn't
initiative?
have been active
Okay.
while we were investigating because she.
17.
Orion rolled a 7. He
Millicent
was contemplating the stars, apparently.
apparently.
Can rolled a 16.
A 16 for Canned. All right. With an 18, Connie is going to go ahead and act first. Pulls out this great club, this one of the tools from outside like a mall, and just sort of like bonks Can right upside the head.
Oh,
Ooh, oh man, with like a 24, that's gonna hit too, right?
yeah. Yeah, that's definitely going to hit.
Yeah. So with a 6 plus 1, only 7 points of damage though.
Okay. That's adding up.
Bonk.
Not nothing.
All right, so that was the. So everyone else is surprised. We go back to the top of the round, and Connie gets to act again. And so again, he's gonna take this huge hammer he got from the outside of the shed and try to hit you again across the face. There, Can. 17 plus 4 again. That's going to hit
Ooh.
for 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oof.
Are you standing?
I'm still standing. I'm still standing.
All right. Alyssa, what is Shale doing?
That is a really great question.
You turn around, and all of a sudden there's this dark-haired human next to you. She's got like black curly hair and a crazed look in her eye, and a big old maul in her hand, standing right next to your buddy, bonking him on the head.
I'm gonna sort of super fast try to like go on the other side of her and stab her from behind with my dagger. Oh no! Oh no! That is a natural 1.
Oof.
Catches your hand midair and just like holding your wrist in place.
Ooh.
Until
Get
you
her! Quick!
that way.
Get her! Get her quick!
Connie is a beast.
Coordinated attack. Somebody else hit her. Ken. Because you're the other one right there, right?
Yeah, so Ken,
Yeah.
go ahead and make your free attack.
Oh my god, I also rolled a 1.
Yeah, so
we're
your eyes are still
spooked.
crossed from getting hit in the head twice with a maul.
Yeah.
Right? And you just like sort of like hit your own jaw by mistake. Like, "Phew." All right, Ken, but now it's your turn.
Okay. That kind of knocks some sense in me. I'm like, ah! And I'm gonna take my battle axe and swing.
All right.
Oh my gosh. Now is not the time to be failing. 9 is gonna miss.
9 is going to miss.
And second attack.
AC is only 10, by the way.
20. Let's go, baby. That's a crit.
Nice.
All right, we're gonna pour a second level smite into that one.
All right.
Okay. It's gonna be 48. Is this not a fiend? I assume it's a human.
Yes, not a fiend. Human female.
16. 31. 41 plus 2. 43 damage.
Yeah, and you obliterate Connie, right?
Oh
where there was a black head of curly hair, now there is nothing but pink mist
no!
and a flash of light.
Oh god, we can't
That-
ask questions now.
Oh,
God.
That might have been a little overkill,
I
but great job. She's dead.
Orion will
Yes.
peek his head in the door and says, "Did somebody come in? Because I heard something. What you got? Okay,
Already over.
I'm like
Sorry.
shaking this pink mist of Connie off of my self because I was right there.
Yeah, Millicent's
after
gonna
the 2
rush
ones,
away
Dan
from-
wasn't gonna risk it.
And
I'm also almost dead, so desperate times.
Oh no!
So Vinny is like sort of standing there, like back against the wall now, sort of like in shock. Like,
I hope that wasn't a friend of yours, Denny."
Vinny sort of looks around. Connie was, but then something happened. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure that was Connie anymore.
Did she read the scriptures?
So he just sort of shakes his head. No, Connie couldn't read, but just kept asking questions and kept. Then all of a sudden, and then his eyes just sort of start shaking. He tells you this whole story about how they came here and then they kept trying to. They were looking for somebody, right? They were supposed to make a jump and catch Oki. They're sent here by Alexandria Louis. But they got captured.
Who captured you? Did you see them?
He said that he went to dinner. He was sitting there at Lord Cordito's table. And the next thing they know, everything went black.
Lord Cordino said you'd never made it to the dinner.
He shakes his head and says, "No, I remember the wine was excellent."
Well, I think we know that Lord Godino is not really on the up and up anymore, right?
Yeah. Also, can we insight to see if he seems to be telling the truth?
Yeah, absolutely.
18.
He seems to be fairly truthful. He seems to be like at such a low point of energy and morale that there's no lie in him whatsoever.
Yeah, he looks too messed up to
Yeah.
help us in a fight, right?
Yeah, he tells you that he heard they kept Connie in the shack next to him for days, and then they took off his locks and just let him walk free. He heard him muttering and just sounded more and more convinced that whatever they were doing was right, that the white church is covering everything up.
Wait, Connie thinks that?
That Connie saw the truth, and now that he saw the truth, he would be set free.
Does Vinny think that too? Or no, just Connie?
Just Connie. Vinny doesn't understand like what he was thinking. He doesn't understand that how he could fall for something so ridiculous and ludicrous. That God is evil.
Okay.
That the church is actually, filled with terrible people trying to do these awful things and control the world.
Millicent spares a glance for Shale, wondering if she's okay hearing all of this.
Shale doesn't really quite meet Millicent's eyes, and then turns back to Bimmy and says, brightly, Well, I've got a little bit left of my snack here. Do you like a bite? I'll untie you, and you're totally safe now. It's okay. Like it's a little over the top.
Yeah, he gobbles up your snack and looks at you with just like these like tear-filled eyes, right? He looks deep into your mind for a second and tries to get a read on you. Do you let your guard down?
No.
Okay, and so you just keep up the facade, and he doesn't have the energy to really press deeper.
Yeah, I would say it's probably not a great one, but she is gonna keep it up.
And he's too weak and famished at this point to put anything more into that, and he just takes what you offer him with extreme gratitude.
Does Millicent notice the detect thoughts? Is she aware that that's happening?
Probably not. Like it's extremely. It's not even a spell on his point. He was just trying to insight her.
Okay.
All right. So now that you have a new companion, do you want to continue to question him, or do you want to continue on with your expedition?
Well, I think dinner, Shale, I'm sorry, dinner might be out of the question if Cordino is in on it.
Well, I mean, we sort of have the answer, except that we also don't have all the answers.
I'll give Shale a ration.
There was that barn there's something going on the other side of the villa. We should probably check that out.
Can kind of like his back is up against one of the walls of the shed, and he kind of just like slinks down to the floor and just is grabbing his head. He's got a headache from being knocked over the head a couple times.
Oh man, you don't look so good.
Not feeling too hot either.
Is this the place for the short rest inside the shed?
I think seems like that's what we need.
All right, and I think this is also a good time for us to take our break. Wow, great job, everybody. So chat, please just stick around, and we will be back to finish off the session in, let's say, 10 minutes.
Perfect.
Thanks so much. Great.
Oh, all right, and we should be back. Hopefully someone in chat will tell me if all systems are go. But from my end, things seem to be A-okay. All right. So, who wants to give us a brief rundown of where we are and what is happening for folks just joining us? You want to go down the row and just tell a little bit about the story, starting with you, Alyssa?
Oh, great. Sure. Shale is hungry in the middle of a shed, trying to not think too much about all of her past, as it's literally right in front of her accidentally.
What do you mean your past? Like, what's going on?
So Shale used to be a Gnostic cultist, and she had a fairly large part in the creation and formation of the cult before she actually left. And right in front of her is a printing press that has been used to propagate propaganda, as it were, for the cults. And there is a cultist, somebody who was a cultist who got super dead, sort of right in front of her, and their friend tied up.
Yeah. All right. And so how did you get here? Let's go ahead and tell the next part of the story.
I'll hand it over to Ryan.
Someone else want to take the reins? Eric?
We managed to bring the two cultists and the ambushed, captured cultist to the sergeant of the Senate, who was a gregarious fellow who's sent us on this mission to find Oki. Is that Oxy or Oki?
Oki, yep.
Who was a cultist, or who was a Gnostic. And he said that the Connie and Vince were sent on this mission earlier, but they disappeared. And so we were trying to find out what happened to Connie and Vince. We had a mishap in the well, and then we found Vince inside a shed, and Connie attacked the party. Orion doesn't know how Connie got past him. He was on watch. He's a little embarrassed that she snuck by him. And that's how we came to be in the shed where we're at now.
All right. And so where are you heading? What do you think you're going to do with the rest of this mission?
Well, it seems like the Lord Sardinio, is that his name? Cordinio is not as on the up and up as he first appeared. And at the very least, we've seen lights on in the barn across the way. We may want to inspect that. We'll probably talk that out shortly. And then I think Lord Cordinio needs a pretty serious talking to. And if he is connected to these brainwashings and the sharing of this information, he may be in league with the Gnostics and have become our target. Either helping Oki or is Oki.
All right. And so, Mike, what do you think would be a successful resolution to this adventure for the team? What does Can think?
Well, Can is, as far as he's concerned, is already a resounding success, because we're trying to track down, these awful Gnostic cultists who are bringing, I guess, harm to the area. They want to take down the White Church. At the same time, I'm having a little bit of reflection about, what is this message that they're trying to get out there? But in the meantime, we've basically been put on a lead to capture the third in charge of the religion, and so we're out here trying to get that done. So I think the fact that we've already uncovered this printing press is a huge success and something we'll be able to take back. We've implicated Lord Cordinio. I mean, we're knocking down doors and pushing things forward. I think and always we should remember the fallen. And I'd like to remember the fallen bandit chief, cultist in the first encounter that had the secret musings of Huck on them. And we should remember Huck as well.
Yes. All right. Ooh, cool. So you guys did not read the secret musings of Huck. You figured that that bit of lore was a bit too dangerous to read. Millicent told the group that if you spend too much time studying the Gnostic lore, you could get sucked into it and become a cultist yourself. Shale has yet to comment.
Yeah.
Millicent actually wants to ask Shale if she can safely be exposed to the scriptures without being brainwashed.
Well,
So
is these secret readings of Huck, is it like cultist? Is that the base of the intrinsic base of the cultists like lore, or is it sort of aside slightly? I don't know what I'm asking there.
It would say it's fairly important. Like Huck is a key figure in the sort of schism within the White Church where the Gnostics first came from.
Okay.
They say Huck is the guardian, or was the guardian of a portal that is allowing all these people to come back to life. That's the source of the White Church's power to raise the dead. And Huck got this ability to guard this portal by making a deal with a devil.
Out of character, was Huck one of your players in the last game?
Yes.
I thought that sounded familiar.
Yeah.
Nice. During this short rest, Shale would like to go to the printing press and take all the letters so that they can't make anything else.
All right. So
It's gonna steal the letters.
they're pretty heavy, so you can't probably get all of them. You can take away all the vowels and like some of the important consonants.
I gotta take all the vowels and the R, the S, the T.
Like the Wheel of Fortune thing, yeah.
The QST. Yeah, all right.
All they have left is the Z and the J. Like nothing's gonna work. Excellent. Okay, so what are you going to do with Vinny? Do you want to ask Vinny to tag along with you, or are you going to send Vinny to leave the villa and go back across to the village and then back to the city?
I'm worried about Vinny being on his own.
I think he could wait here for us to finish up, and we could take him back to town.
Well, I'm not sure this place is safe, really.
He does not. He does at the idea of waiting right here in his cell. He starts freaking out. Like that is the one thing he does not want.
Well, what do you want to do, Vinny?
If you ask him,
Yeah.
he thinks that he is skilled enough to sneak away. He'll stay with you if you want an extra set of eyes, but he thinks he can make it out of here.
Just between us, do we trust this guy enough to cut him loose?
I mean, he was.
Is there
Tied
anything else
up.
we could do to?
Yeah, but I mean, he might have been going in somewhere along the same process of what Connie was also going through.
I didn't get, as Millicent, I don't think Millicent got that vibe from him. I think she rolled insight and he said,
Can I make a medicine check to see if he's being afflicted by some disease or something?
Ooh, yeah. Go ahead and make a wisdom medicine check.
13 plus 17.
All right, so you strike a torch, you hold it up to his eyes, and you pull it back to see if they dilate. You look at his gums, they look pink. You squeeze his pinky, and the blood comes back. So just on the surface, he doesn't seem to be afflicted by anything.
of the details.
Although he does not know what day it is.
I mean,
Well, I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's hardly important.
That checks out with the story he told us.
I'm gonna just sort of bend down again and look him in the eye and sort of like look deep into his eyes, and then I'm going to ask him how much of the pamphlets and the posters and other things have you been reading or listening to the conversations like Connie?
So he tells you that he hears it all and he thinks they're just all crazy. That what they're saying doesn't make any sense. They must have literally lost their connection with reality in order to believe any of this. Who could think that that the Lord Father is actually doing harm to everybody?
Who indeed? Who could have ever believed such a ridiculous thing? You're right.
I'm not convinced that you need to read this or that reading it does anything. If Connie couldn't read and she was still possessed by this, then there must be some other delivery mechanism.
If that's so, then
He was asking questions, you said earlier, right?
Yeah, he shakes his head.
Connie started asking questions.
He nods his head too, and he says she was asking all sorts of things. She was started to wonder, why the war started to begin with, who benefits from a war over Mare Lorraine, who controls the ability to awaken the dead.
Who was answering these questions too?
He says that sometimes she would just answer herself. She would come to her own conclusion. She would just draw things up. And then when she came into an idea, she would just start repeating it over and over again.
Who else did she have contact with?
He says that occasionally a man would stride in here. He was wearing a long cloak with a white trim on it.
Would Milson know what that would indicate? The cloak and trim?
That's not a good enough description to really get anything.
Okay.
He could just see he would explain to you, he just sees from underneath the gap in the door.
Well, if he feels like he can safely get away, I think he should be allowed to get away. I think everybody gets to make their own decisions. Free their minds!
Well said.
Nice.
And perhaps he could go warn the sergeant about what's really going on here.
Well, we can do that, too.
So he asks,
To be honest,
yeah, what should he...
if we don't make it back,
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you guys, don't be so pessimistic. We're gonna make it back. And then I spend the next 10 minutes giving a very inspirational speech to that. And you can all get temporary hit points equal to...
I feel inspired.
Just a minute. I think it's level plus charisma mod, right? So 9? Yeah. 5 plus
Okay.
8. I can math. 8 temporary hit points.
Nice.
And he can have them too. We have enough for, so that'll give him a little bit of buffer in case things go wrong for him.
yeah.
So Vinny,
gets the temporary hit
you
points.
should go report back to the sergeant of the Senate and tell him everything that you found here.
Yeah, he'll tell him that he was kept in a cage for a couple of days, and there's a printing press filled with Gnostic literature.
All right. And
that
if
Connie is lost.
if something
And
happens
that
to Vince,
he-
we'll know the sergeant was in on it.
Yeah. And that
Or
he
if they
didn't
don't-
get to dinner. The Lord wasn't telling the truth.
Yeah. He'll tell all that good stuff. He wishes you luck. He'll tell you that as soon as you walk into the villa, there is a foyer that leads out to the back, and then there is a private study on the second floor, and then there is a dining room, kitchen. So you guys have like a little mental layout of the villa.
Oh, okay.
Did we finish a short rest?
Yep, you finished your short rest too.
Excellent.
So Kandrakar's head isn't ringing as hard.
I'm
Feeling
much
better,
more
Ken.
impressed.
You look a little bit better now.
Well, onward and upward, right? Shall we go check out the creepy barn?
Right.
All right, so do you want to go
Wilson's
to
so
the main farmhouse
inspired
then? Or do
by
you
the
want to try to
speech that
maybe scale one of the walls and go to the gardens and the barn beyond? So remember how this villa is set up on sort of like a terrace, right?
Yeah.
So in order to get to the gardens beyond it, you'd have to climb the terrace, like the sheer side of the terrace, and then scale the wall just to get to the gardens beyond.
Okay, and
Or you can go
barn
through the
is
villa.
back there.
What was that?
The barn is back in the gardens.
Yes.
Sorry, the
barn's
barn's
on-
back in the gardens.
Yeah, the barn's on the far side of the gardens.
But if we went to the villa like first, it would essentially be on our way.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
You can go through the villa to get to the gardens and the barn beyond.
So I think that's a great idea. We could also stop past the table of dinners and get some dinner. Just saying.
Might be poison, Shayo.
That seems unlikely.
But I
Although,
heard the wine was excellent, so we should be okay with that.
if all else fails, we'll at least have several bottles of wine. Right?
All right.
I suppose.
If the wand's old enough, I might add it to my collection.
As an archivist, you're always looking for rare vintage
As an
labels.
archivist, I've always got an eye out for rare vintages.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'll ask. I'll ask Millicent this, but I realize the DM question: is the secret writings, are they glowing like the cultists' other like pieces of paper that they had dangling from them?
No, not these ones. They're not. You
So-
know, or at least your character knows, that part of the Gnostic lore is that when you wrap yourself with these verses, they give you like extra protection.
Okay. Good.
So mechanically,
Okay.
it's something they were doing to raise their armor class.
Gotcha. Okay. Not.
Well,
Okay.
So,
Orion feels that going to the villa first would be just about the same as going to the barn first. Something bad could happen at either place, so it's half of one, half a dozen of the other.
by the way,
Should we see if there's a Shale? Did you spot a window to sneak into that second floor study?
Yes, there is a little. You can see it from where you are. There's a little patio terrace. They could climb up and just walk into the like a little widow's walk. You just walk into the second floor.
Perfect. Okay, but there's not going to be any food in the study. I'd just like to point that out. Okay, let's walk and talk. I'm hungry.
So you leave the shed and the well, and then make your way back onto the well-traveled cart path up into the main villa. The gate is open, and you can walk into the courtyard just fine. There's nothing stopping you. Seems to be like a single candle burning on the inside of the foyer, and the door is slightly ajar.
Ominous.
So it doesn't look like there's a dinner party going on right now. It just looks like it's open.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I feel quite lied to.
Well, if you want, you can go ahead and make an investigation check.
I will investigate for food, etc.
All right, so Shale, you can go ahead and sniff the air.
As a one.
Yikes.
Nope, you're so hungry you're just smelling like cheeseburgers and mutton and buttered peas, but it's all just in your imagination.
It's a neat trick.
No.
We're investigating the outside to see if there's any other hints of what's going on. Is that?
Yeah, I think he wants to see if there actually is a dinner party going on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Millicent will help look for clues. Glad I had that inspiration. It's 16.
Oh, I should have used mine.
With a 16, you can tell that the cart path still well traveled. There's little indentations in the dust that would have gone away if this was more than a couple of days old. And there's various boot prints still on the dust.
Okay, so it's not abandoned. It's been traveled today,
Mm-hmm.
perhaps by guests.
Should we take a closer look?
I guess we should go inside.
That's
All right. Can will walk in.
Are you guys you can go through the main door, not the second floor?
I don't know. What do you think, Shale? Do you want to scope out upstairs or?
I mean, I'm sure that there's actually a dinner party and that there's food. That's what I think. Because
know.
anything else is just being really, I don't know.
All right. Don't go too far from me. Let's stick close.
Okay. So
They may plan on ambushing us during the dinner party like they did with Connie.
Maybe we should all
Maybe
go
we should
in
do
on the
that to
second
them.
floor first.
We ambush them instead.
Okay. I'm up for that.
And take their food.
Great plan.
all right. So being typical adventurers, you're going to ignore the open door and climb up the pillars to the second floor and bust in through the widow's walk, right?
That
Yep.
makes perfect sense.
Makes
About-
perfect sense.
that's about right.
Standard operating procedure.
Okay. All right. So
Forget all those other pictures you had.
So you climb. It's easy enough for you guys to shimmy up the pillar and then hop over the guardrail onto the terrace, and then walk through the open double French doors. Right, there's like glass panes. That's not really like see-through glass. It's still kind of warped, but still like aesthetically pleasing. And you can walk into a well-appointed study. There is a rug on the floor. It's all like polished clay. There is a shelf and a desk that has a whole collection of books. There is a cushy armchair that has a big pot next to it filled with smoking tobacco.
I feel like everyone gives Millicent some side eye.
All the books.
Yeah. Like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do have my eye on them.
Yeah,
As an archivist, can't ignore a book.
So just on a glance, you can tell that these books are arranged in a couple of different ways, right? Is that there is a whole like binding section, right, of like a volume of books. There's like the standard archives, and then there's this person's like personal papers.
I go straight to the personal papers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think that's where we need to look at.
I'll help Shale look through them.
All right, so go ahead and make an investigation check with advantage, Shale, as Millicent is telling you all the best things to look for in paper.
Orion will stand by the door on lookout.
All right.
For real this time.
17.
Okay. So with 17, you start flipping through these papers, right? And you find like, a couple of like some things are just like house deeds and stuff like that. He's losing money, nothing now that he has debts to pay, things like that. And then you find like his diaries about how he feels about his son dying, right? And it's very sad stuff, right? He tells the story about how his son, accidentally fell into the well. He has a letter of rejection from the white church saying that, oh no, we're not going to help you bring your kid back due to his affliction.
Whoa.
With that word underlined.
Affliction.
Yeah. You see him writing an angry letter to his wife, sort of like cursing out the church, saying like how stupid are they, like how heartless can they possibly be. You see another letter saying that, he'll offer like double, triple payment to have his son brought back. Things of that nature.
Wow.
And you find another personal letter that's written to a healer. But what exactly it is kind of obscure. Like they're using a lot of euphemisms. So you can't really quite make out what he's trying to get done.
Does the healer have a name?
Cindy.
Indeed, the healer. Well, there's our motive.
You see that as Shale has been like reading page after page after page, there is this sort of like, this sort of sense of discomfort that she's had on and off, like, since here especially, is almost like dissipating into this sort of like quiet rage, like this sort of like, she just starts tapping on the desk, just a little seething, very seething.
You all right, Shale?
I mean, here, take a look at this. Sort of hand the papers to Millicent, and fall silent.
All right. So Can, as you're watching that sort of like a weighty exchange between the two of them, what are you doing?
I would go over and probably start reading over Millicent's shoulder, just curious about, what's going on.
Yeah. Millicent, are you looking at the papers or are you looking at Shale? Like, what's more important to you right now?
I would love to say that Millicent is empathetic and compassionate enough to pay attention to Shale in this moment, but as an archivist, I don't think she is. I think she would be distracted by the papers, and the ruse would work.
All right. So as you're distracted by the papers, you flip to the very, very end of it, and you start to notice this person has just gone completely off the end, right? Like all their diary is just filled with anti-church rantings, right? And that the crown is keeping them up. They're all corrupt. They only care about themselves. things like that. They're actually keeping other children down. They're keeping other people sick. That
We
everyone
should
is
probably
just,
keep a copy of those writings. That seems important.
We'll just take them all. We'll just go take them all.
Sure, that'll work.
yeah. And at the end of it, he starts accusing the church of turning babies into tieflings. That the church is the one that causes babies to be born as tieflings, because then the church can collect money to try to heal them.
Does that track? Is that a thing that happens? Or is that made up?
So go ahead and make a charisma saving throw as you think about that.
Shit! Oh, shit. Oh, natural 20! I shit you not.
No, that's ludicrous. Yeah.
I didn't know in this universe.
Yeah.
Okay, so nonsense. That's not a real.
Tieflings are born as marks of fate. You know, it's a blessing / curse. It's someone marked of destiny. It has nothing to do with the church creating them.
I'll put that bit in a separate compartment so we don't keep looking at that.
All right.
Do we ever figure out, is this affliction mentioned again? That the son, like why the son was denied?
You can go ahead and make a medicine check if you have that skill.
Okay. I just swapped it out, so I don't know.
No. Yeah.
Does anyone else have?
I have medicine.
Good.
You want to
Maybe-
look over that part of the letter to Cindy, to the healer?
Sure.
All right, so go ahead and make an intelligence medicine check. Using intelligence, not wisdom, for the medicine.
Okay. So +0, but then +3, 13. Or sorry, 11.
Would Millicent be able to help by talking through it with him, or no?
No, probably not, because you need the skill. And so even with an 11, you're not really sure what they're getting on about.
Seems the child was sick.
Well, I think we'd better bag this guy.
What were the other two categories of books?
There's like a volume, like a collection of like 4 books that seem to be all the same, like a huge like codice. And then there's a collection of like his personal archives.
Oh, it took us personal archives.
Did I just hear the word archive?
You did hear the word archive. As an archivist.
As an archivist, I can't resist a good archive.
Canon's gonna go listen at the door to make sure nobody's commes.
All right.
Well,
So,
Orian's
Millicent-
there, but I guess we can both listen. Go outside.
Well, there's
look
2
around.
doors. There's one looking out to where you came on the Widow's Walk, and there's one looking out to the garden, which I guess Can could just walk to now. So off in the distance, Can, go ahead and make a wisdom perception check.
That's bad.
That's bad. Yeah. So you can see the light in the barn, and that's it. So Millicent, without even making a roll, you can look through these archives, and there's nothing really of interest there. They're just pretty standard, mundane stuff about, here's the property I owe, here's the taxes I have paid, things like that.
And the codice.
Looking through the codice, it's a legal volume that's filled with personal annotations. It's a series of canon law, like church law.
Are the annotations interesting in any way?
The annotations all seem to be striking out references to the value of life. And wherever like a legal decision is made based on, a person's life and body having value, they reach the opposite conclusion.
And if I start to notice that pattern, I'm going to stop reading.
Okay. Slam the book shut.
Yeah, and put that in the bad compartment. We're going to take that as evidence.
Quarantine it, yeah.
Yeah, quarantine that.
Oh my gosh.
All right, let's go get him.
Well, so far he's guilty of being a grieving father.
So far he's guilty of letting his grieving fatherness make him have a printing press and kill Connie. Well, I mean, I know we did that, but we only did that because he started it.
I think Kandrakar's a bit sensitive about that. Maybe don't mention killing Connie.
Her memory weighs on me. And also some of her mist.
All right. So do you guys want to go out the back right away towards the patio and then the garden and barn beyond, or do you want to check out the downstairs with the dining room and the foyer?
I think Shale would be, mad at us if we didn't at least check out to see if there was a dinner party.
That is 100% correct.
Would we be hearing people having a dinner party if there was?
Yeah, you guys hear
Too far
nothing.
away?
You're both standing like on opposite sides of the study listening, and you don't hear any voices. But walking down the stairs, you walk and you look to your left, and there is the dining room. And on the table, it's all laid out for a feast.
Ooh.
There is fresh bread, there is platters of meat, bits of grapes and wine. All the goblets are set in ready for a dinner of 20 people.
Someone should investigate that. It looks a little bit too.
I'll go downstairs. Go sit at the table.
Can's gonna.
When I meant investigate, I meant check it out.
All right, so
Not eat it.
Can's gonna use divine sense.
Hold on a second. Before anything else happens,
Okay.
Millicent is going to cast See Invisibility on Orion and ask if he can hunt down anybody who's in this house.
They'll never see me coming.
Ooh.
Nice.
All right.
And I want to use. Can wants to use divine sense to see if any of this food or anything is desecrated, or anything in the dining hall.
Okay. So with your see invisibility, you do notice that there is somebody standing by the main door just on the outside of it.
Shit. Like where we were before?
Yes, where were you before, but now you notice that the door, instead of just being slightly ajar, is all the way open.
Ooh.
And there's an invisible person standing there looking around. She's a short female from behind. She's got like dirty blonde hair. That's what you see with the
Orion will not react to that person. Will act like he doesn't actually see her. But he will, as he passes by Conrikar, will whisper the locations and the details so that we can kind of corral her and bring her to bear, bring her under our control.
All right. So she stays out there. She reaches into her back pocket real fast, pulls something out. And you see like a flash of light, and she's just standing there with and you start to smell the smell of sweet smoke as it rises up around her.
Did she become visible to everyone?
No, she's still invisible.
Okay.
Okay, well, I think we should act.
Wait a second. Sweet smoke. Does everyone notice this, or just?
She's probably going to. It's probably poison or a signal.
She turns around. And you notice that she's smoking a pipe.
Oh.
Or it could be a pipe.
Anticlimax.
I almost knocked her unconscious because she was wearing a pipe.
Yeah.
Are we about to die? No, they're just.
And another bit of anticlimax. Your divine sense reveals that the food is not at all desecrated.
What's great because Shale is already eating.
Yeah, the bread is warm, the butter is sweet, and the meat has not yet cooled. It's still juicy and tender.
I start calling. Hello?
Orion will go up to her and
So
say,
as you call, the woman outside like turns her pipe upside down, hits it a few times with her palm, and starts walking inside.
I'm keeping. Cam is keeping an eye on Shale, just to make sure that she doesn't start feeling any ill effects.
All right.
This dinner is so fabulous.
So now the invisible lady walks into the room and she sees you, Orion, right there. She freezes and she starts to tiptoe to try to get past you.
"Oh,
Around and out the back.
come to the dinner party. There's a chair waiting for you." And I point to where the rest of everybody's at and tell her to join us, please.
Wow.
At that point, she just makes a break for it, right? She just tries to bolt. She's going to try to run right past you. You can go ahead and make an athletics check to stop her if you want.
Okay, I will try to do that.
You have to score above a 6.
All right.
Oh no, he doesn't stand a chance.
13.
All right,
Nice.
so yeah, she tries to slip by you like really fast to try to get out the back, but you manage to tackle her and like pin her against the wall. Like your head goes thunk against the terracotta.
All right. I say, hold on there. We would just like to talk to you. We mean you no harm. We're not going to kill you straight away.
Straight away.
Yet.
I love that
Ryan!
Orin thinks he's being soothing.
So,
I bark an order. I gotta bark at her. Tell her to come and sit your buttocks down.
She sort of looks at you and
If
sort of
I-
whispers, "Are you here to see the diva too?
Now
and
who?
we-
What did you say?
Are you here to see the diva too?"
Oh.
Diva? Yes, I am. Could you take me to her?
She points out the back behind the stairs that leads out to the garden.
Is she visible? Because I actually can't see her. Is she visible now?
I think in this situation, yeah, her visibility has dropped. Right? She's
Okay.
sort of pinned against the wall. She's struggling.
Okay.
She just points out that way.
Wasn't Connie invisible before?
Yes,
attacking
Connie was
us?
invisible too.
Hmm.
Why are so many? So could you just tell me for a moment, please? Why are you sitting, or why are you so many of you invisible? Is this a different kind of costume party that I'm not aware of? Instead of wearing a costume, you just come in invisible.
Anti-costume.
Yeah. So she goes.
Young lady, what's your name?
She goes. So her name is Tony, and she will go ahead and explain to you that there are a lot of people who are afraid of the diva's dinner, right? That when it comes time to share a meal with their boss, that there's a lot of people who do not want this to happen, and she's there to keep watch. That secrecy is always a good thing in these troubling times.
But why do you call? Who's the diva? Do you mean Lord Credino?
She shakes her head and says, "No, the true father is going to go ahead and visit an angel upon us."
Fantastic! I would
The
love
white
to
church?
see that.
Is the true father a figure of the White Church or the Gnostics?
That's what the Gnostics call the same god of the White Church.
Oh shit. So she's talking about a Gnostic thing.
At this point, Shale had been drinking some wine and chokes on it. Slams the cup down and turns and walks
you're
out of the
drinking
room.
the wine?
Yep.
Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
The wine was delicious. That's the last thing Vinny remembers. Now we know why.
Oh, good. 16 plus 1. 17.
All right,
Vinny's
so the
trying to
wine
boil it.
is among the best you've ever tasted in your mouth, but it turns bitter in your stomach, and you start vomiting all over the place. You almost lose consciousness, but somehow you stand there.
Okay.
Shale, are you all right?
I think you've had enough, Shale. You should cut. That's
No.
enough wine for you.
No, don't drink it. I didn't actually have that much. It tastes really, really good, but it does not feel very good.
As you say that, like blood like triples down out of your mouth and nose.
Ooh.
Okay.
So, Tony, are you responsible for this wine?
She shakes her head and says, it's the master of the house runs the vintage.
Ordinio?
She nods. Yes, the great Lord of Oaks.
Oki.
Okay.
Oki.
Oh. We
Okay,
really should have put that together earlier.
Where is
Dale says.
the Lord now?
She's looking all confused, like she's starting to piece together that you're not really here to see it because you would know already that they're out celebrating in the barn.
Oh.
And now she starts to get like really, really afraid and starts to try to like move away again. As she starts like back out towards the door, she starts
I think
taking a
Orion
step
still
away.
has a hold of her, unless she doesn't.
Oh,
but
no, you. Oh, okay. I assume that you sort
Well,
of
I mean-
let go of her and stop being threatening when she.
yeah, okay, sure. That's fine.
Well,
You can try to grab
So
her
if-
again if you want.
Sure will. That'll be
So as you know, she's
not
trying
so
to
not so fast,
vault.
Tony.
yeah.
Maybe only a 9 though.
Yeah. No, she starts to run away again. This time goes out the front door.
I think Millicent would also try to manifest a gravity rune to prevent her from getting away.
Oh, all right. So you, boom, and she fails. She falls flat on her face. And then
Get her,
she starts
Orion.
to gain.
Well done, Millicent.
Yeah, and now the look starts coming into her eye. She starts like muttering all sorts of obscenities at you that you'll never be able to stop it. That the truth is always going to come out, and that she doesn't want this body anyway. That you're going to do her a favor.
I want to try and gag her with a
Yeah.
scarf or something. She doesn't need to be saying that.
All right,
No
and you guys
worries.
all gang up and
No
bind
talking.
and gag her.
I bitch slap her just because when she's like, whatever she said there, and and say that no, absolutely not. We're gonna free their minds. And I'm gonna spin and I'm gonna walk out. I'm gonna walk out of the house. Just being in the house suddenly feels way too oppressive.
All right. So you walk out to the back garden.
Millicent's going to rush after her. Doesn't want Shale to be left on her lonesome in this dangerous area.
All right, and so as you rush out, you walk just for a moment past a painting that shows Lord Cordinio, his wife, and young son. You don't have time to inspect it chasing after Shale, but it's something as an archivist that probably would have struck your interest.
As an archivist, paintings are of great note.
Yeah. But instead you find yourself out on the back porch, right next to Shale, who's just not able to stand being around that Gnostic any longer, right? And there's a little patio that has a small shrine, has a cherub that's resting sleepily. And then from the patio you get a view of the gorgeous olive trees on the terrace, grapes on a lower one, and then the barn with the burning light inside.
I'm sorry you had to hear that, Shale.
Oh, it's all right. It's fine. Couple of deep breaths. Good night air. How are you doing?
Millicent kneels down to reach the height of the gnome and kind of puts a comforting hand on her shoulder and says, if it's not all right, that would be okay too.
Millicent, or no, Shale, sort of, half yells an expletive and sort of like shakes her hands a little bit and stomps her foot just to like sort of get the nervous energy out of her body. Takes another couple of deep breaths and goes, no, it's not all right, but it will be at some point. Some point it will be. We're going to make sure it's going to be all right. We're going to take care of this here and now.
Millicent reaches out a hand to kind of clasp hers and say, that's what we're here to do.
Let's go crash a dinner party.
All right. So the two folks, Orion and Can, still inside the foyer. Are you gonna walk out to the patio and join your companions, and then head down to the
Yes.
barn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
Yep.
All right.
Don't want to let them get too far unattended.
All right. So walking past the patio and then across the rows and rows of olive trees, you come across. Oh, this is the regular picture, not the artsified one. That's okay. You come across the barn, right? As you get closer, you can hear voices. You don't even have to make a perception check. You can tell that they're all singing, right? Hey ho, ha ho. Just going louder and louder and louder and getting sweet as you approach it. As you get to the barn, it sort of almost fills your heart, and then it makes you sad at the same time. They're
Do
not
we have
saying
any?
no particular
Sorry.
language, just raw emotion.
Is there anything I can stuff into my ears?
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, you can, tear off bits of cloth, spit on it real fast, mix it with some mud, throw it in there.
Ooh, gross. Okay.
I've got some earplugs right here in my. But
As
that's
an archivist, don't you have earwax?
I do, yeah. But you're fine. You did a great job with that there. Yeah.
I'm gonna bless everyone.
All right.
And I've got wax, and I'll pass it out to the others and put it in my own ears.
Okay. So who's approaching the barn?
Orion will approach.
And who's going to go with Orion?
I am right behind Orion to the point where you probably can't totally tell if, like, Orion's probably having to work a little extra to make sure that he stays in front of Shale.
All right.
I'll bring up the rear so that Millicent's not straggling.
Thanks. And you still see invisibility for an hour.
Oh, great.
Excellent.
Oh, it's not even concentration. That's awesome.
Shoots. Yes. Okay. So, as you guys approach the barn, we arrive right at the starting scene again.
Oh, this was it!
Yeah.
Oh,
Two of you have your back turned, sweat running down your face after the long, hard trek here. Two of you are approaching right there, like looking into the barn, and you see a whole group of people, arms locked back and forth, singing and chanting, hey ho, ha ho, getting more and more feverish and excited. And at the far side of the barn, there are two people on a platform. One you recognize from the painting as Lord Cordinio, wearing a robe with white trim. Mm-hmm.
He was the guy who
with oak leaves going all up the side.
Sure.
His family crest, you would have noticed also from the picture, is a cluster of oak leaves. But standing on the platform next to him is somebody else. You recognize it as Axtel, the absolute commander of the Gnostic forces. Caught completely by surprise, the Lord who's in command of all their forces is right here for the ceremony. But Axtel is singing, and together their performance of a religious ritual, and then a beam of bright light encompasses the entire barn. You guys are blinded, and then for a moment, you think you'll never be able to see anything again from the white light, and then an angel forms. And you realize you're screwed.
A real angel?
Yeah. The angel points out the other side of the barn. Everyone turns their head and looks right through the doorway right at you. Let's go ahead and roll for initiative.
Oh, shit. How many people are in there?
That's when you realize you're screwed.
And that's when he realized he fucked up.
There are 18 cultists.
18?
20.
18 cultists, yeah.
Y'all, we gotta...
Absolutely not.
Hey, good thing we sent Vinny back, huh?
Just gotta hold the door.
All right, what did Shale get?
9.
9 for Shale.
Yep.
20 for Can.
20 for Can.
Yeah.
7 for Orion.
7 for Orion.
Millicent got 12.
12 for Millicent. And what did is that everyone? Yeah, it's all you folks. All right.
Vinny got the fuck out.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's the lucky one.
Diva, Axtel got a 15.
Hey, what did we do with Tony? Did we just leave?
Yeah, she ran away.
We left her tied up. We left
Oh,
her
yeah.
tied and gagged in a chair.
I like that idea. I like the tied and gagged idea.
All right. So Can, you are still maybe 2 or 3 steps away from the barn, but even with your back turned, you see this flash of light in your peripherals, and you know something huge just happened, because at the same time there was a clap of thunder and the sound of 1,000 voices singing all at once as this angel was summoned.
What to do? Do I get a sense that we're like in impending danger?
Absolutely.
Okay. I think I wanna. Do we want to hold the door?
Odor.
Yeah, you can try to hold the door. You can try to flee. You can try to cut your losses and capture one of them and make it out of here.
I guess I just got to make an executive decision, huh?
Are angels powerful? Question.
They said it was
Seems
a-
powerful.
I think that yeah, we would know. I mean, I'm proficient in religion. I would know that it'd be a powerful thing, right?
Yes.
You
can just sense the raw energy coming off of it.
You know what? I think as soon as the color comes back to Can's vision and he sees that Axel's there, I think he's just going to go directly for him.
All right, go for it. So you can just, the people are like separated. You could probably like break through the human chain and then get to the angel if you wanted.
Yeah.
All right, so it's going to go ahead and make an athletics check to try to plow through the people and then get on top of the platform.
All right. Oh boy, that's a 3 on the athletics check. I lose it, Red Rover.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly
That's a
what
5
happened.
total.
Yeah, all the parishioners swaying back and forth with their elbows linked absolutely stopped you right in your tracks. But now you're a few steps inside the
inspiration?
barn.
Then can I just try and hammer or axe one of the ones that got in my way out of frustration?
Absolutely. Its armor class is 10.
That's a natty 1.
So no, Can is just out in too much shock to be able to do much.
I will use my Revenge of the Faithless,
Not every day you see an angel. So.
and you can re-roll that
Let's
as a
go.
reaction.
Oh boy. Okay, that's gonna hit a 13.
All right, and so with the 13, you managed to you get a hit on and fell one of these commoner cultists.
Okay.
Boom.
You also got to do extra radiant damage, so it like goes out in a little bit of an extra blazing light.
Yeah.
All right.
So at the top, Axel, the commander, is sort of looking over at the situation. He's absolutely in absolute shock. He sort of looks up at this beautiful creature in front of him, and his eyes almost water in joy. But then seeing you sort of run in there, his face quickly sours. You snatch this moment from him, and he hops down off of the platform. He orders everyone aside and draws his two-handed greatsword. He closes the distance with you and makes a huge swing.
Shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I should have added bless to that. I'm an idiot.
If Kamdrakar goes down here, I will remember him.
Yeah.
He will be remembered.
So that's
Who
a
did
crit.
you bless?
Oh shit!
Yeah.
What?
Did you just bless yourself, Kandahar, or was there?
Yeah, we're all
other people?
blessed. I used a level 2, so everybody's blessed.
Okay.
So if you make an attack roll, add a D4. If you make a save, roll a D4. 1 second, I have a cat with a candle and a die.
So that's 20 points of slashing damage from his first attack.
Of course, that bless might go down now that you've gotten critted.
Yeah.
And you-
20 points
you
from the
had
first
8
attack.
Okay.
Oh! Another crit.
No, you're lying.
No way.
It's not possible.
Oh.
Don't mess with the angel.
The All Father speaks. This is
16 plus 5. 21 points of damage.
You have time to convert.
Yeah.
It's a 19 on the first con save. That's a pass. And a 20 on the second con save. Whew.
There you go.
Don't
There
forget
you
your
go.
temporary HP from the inspiring speech.
All right, so this
Woof.
Axel just hops down, barrels through everybody. Plate mail, shining, great sword, taped up in his hands, delivers 2 absolutely crushing blows to Can. By some miracle, he's still up and standing. Millicent, what are you doing?
So I'm gonna what's it called? Erupt the vision rune that I have painted on Kandrikar's scales, and magical darkness is gonna appear around him. And I'm gonna spend a first level spell slot so that instead of 10 feet, it goes to 15 feet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm checking to see if I can do more than that, or if that's the most I can do. Erupt spell. Oh, I can spend more than 1 spell slot. I'll spend 2 first level spell slots, so it goes out 20 feet.
Okay. You can get all the cultists there with that then. So
magical darkness, just the whole within 20 foot radius of Kandrikar, darkness descends.
Excellent.
And then I will also enhance the same vision room so that Kandrikar has blind sight. So he can see through that darkness, but nobody else can.
Excellent. Awesome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nice.
And I will flare my gravity rune as a bonus action. And shit, I don't want to catch Kandrikar in it. I'm gonna try to put it.
Does it just prone me?
If you fail a strength saving throw, yeah, it would do that.
That's well, then yeah, I would be on the ground, but yeah.
I'm gonna try to catch at least Axel in it and not Kandrikar. Is that possible?
Yeah, you can try to do that. You can try to position it that way. You
Yeah.
can get like back further towards the platform, so you can get the Angel and Oki and
Yeah, that
Axel.
sounds like the most important targets to get. And shit, I mean, I think I want to start backing away because we need to get the
you
heck
need to get
out
out
of
of here. Yeah. All right. The Angel's turn, right? The Angel sort of looks around at this situation, claps its hands, and then with superior thaumaturgy shuts all the doors to the barn. Thump, 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 thump.
Whoa.
Right. And then
So
yeah.
I lose sight of them because I'm outside the barn.
Yes. So that was the Angel's turn, shutting all the doors to the barn. Shale.
So Shale was like up at the front. So did she go in the barn, or am I shut out?
You were shut out. The door just like slammed right in your face.
Oh, I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
Yeah.
All right then. How far away is that window? Is there a window there?
Can you open the door?
The door is magically shut now. You have to break it down.
Yeah, I assume so. Is that like the window? Is there a window?
The
Like
window
in
also, the
picture?
shutter's also close to it.
Oh, right. You did say that. Well, this is a little bit of a pickle, isn't it? I'm going to grab out. This is probably a really bad idea. I'm going to pull out my flask of oil and my lamp, and I'm going to light the barn wall on fire.
Yeah. Fuck that.
Oh yeah.
Excellent. Awesome. So all of a sudden, the door where you're standing on, it just starts burning up a little bit. It'll probably take a few turns to actually get weak enough to cut through, but in the meantime, all the hay inside the barn might catch fire. All right.
Perfect. I know.
We're gonna kill everyone in this barn. Is that what's happening?
Yeah. So, Orion, do you guys see the thumbnail for this stream?
Oh yes, I did.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Zip knew. He knew.
All right. So,
Is there any way to get a shot inside the barn? I have to attack a shutter?
No,
or something
all the
like that?
doors and windows are closed.
I guess I'll take a scimitar to one of the shutters to open it.
All right, go ahead and deal some damage.
Okay. So that's not much. I get 2 attacks.
Mm-hmm. A shutter probably has like 12 hit points, I would say.
Right. I did 4, and 4 is 8. I'm going to do the bonus action Valor to
Do it
strike again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I did 11 points of damage. All right.
All right. So yeah, with that, the shutter bust open, right? Enough to you can get through it, and use a combat valor. You have extra movement now. You can get yourself through if you really wanted to.
Yeah, I'd like to get myself through and start to position myself so I have a shot at Axel.
Yeah. So you do the little combat roll. You get on your knee, and you're lined up with him now, like down the 2 rows of people. Perfect.
So I think the magical darkness.
Right.
It's like a sphere, right? I'm guessing it's a sphere.
Yeah.
And that it acts like you can't see through it.
That's right. So you pop through the door, you do a combat roll into a sphere of darkness.
All right. Well, there we go.
And how big is the barn? Like,
Probably like 40 feet by 60 feet. So you have like
Okay.
a little area that's not covered in the darkness, but you got everyone at the back end, including where the podium stage was.
All right. So I know I'm in the right place then if it's dark.
Yes. Awesome. All right. Oki's turn. Oki got a 1. So Oki's going to slug through the magical darkness for a while, and can't see what he's doing.
Chaos. I love it.
All right, Can, your ominous sense is just going crazy right now, right? You're trying to ping up where everybody is in this dark room, right? But you can tell that there's a dangerous presence right in front of you. This huge warrior who's now feeling the heat from the fire. There you can still like smell his sweat right in front of you.
The door's still closed, right?
You can't see.
He has
No, I
a
can't.
slide out to 30 feet.
I thought it was he did a thing that made it so I can see while I'm inside of it.
Yeah, blind
Okay.
sights. You can't see, but you can kind of tell where stuff
I
is.
can tell where stuff is. Okay.
30 feet.
Also, you gave him vision inside the magical darkness.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
it's not devil sight. He can't see through it, but he does have blind sense.
Oh, okay. Fascinating.
Okay. So I'm gonna try and grab Axel.
Okay, go ahead and make a strength athletics check.
All right.
Can is enraged.
Yeah, that's 19 plus 2, 21.
Ooh, you might have
And-
1 with an 18. He's going to go ahead. That's not a saving throw, so you can't re-roll it. Yep, you win.
All right, and I'm gonna try and throw him through the door.
All right, go ahead and make another strength check.
Oof, 7.
All right, with a 7, you did 4 points of damage to the door. So not enough to get him all the way through it, but a thump.
All right.
All right. Axel's turn, right? He stands up, he looks around, he notices that the door behind him's on fire and is quickly spreading to the straw on either side of the door. Within a minute, this whole barn's going to be up in flames. He turns around, looks at all the people there. They're like swinging back and forth. Some of them have just like sat down like Indian style, pretzel style on the floor, and just like accepting the fire's coming.
Kumbaya.
This is an absolute hellscape.
Yes. You can hear some of them catches Shale's attention that, well, we were going to have dinner first, but this is just as good.
Oh, right. They want to die. Oh, jeez.
Axel, though, is having none of this. He turns around. He tries to boot the door straight open. He kicks it very hard. Very, very hard. And so with 2 swift mule kicks, boom, boom, he busts open the door and is standing outside, face to face with Orion, who's not face to face with Orion, but face to face with Shale there.
Yeah, Rayon's gonna have to jump back outside.
All right, Millicent, your turn.
Well, it's still dark though, right?
Okay.
But we know the door's open because we heard it bust open.
Yes. Well, yeah.
And you can feel the whoosh of air or something come into the barn.
Fire.
Okay, I will use the strike property of the Rune of Vision, and I'm gonna choose a creature within 30 feet. I'm gonna choose Axtell. He has to make a Constitution saving throw against a 13.
Okay. He passes.
Ship. Oh, what the hell do I do? This guy's scary as heck. Like, Millicent doesn't want to go toe to toe with a dangerous warrior like this. I guess she'll try a gravity strike against the same guy. Strength saving throw.
Against Axtell?
Yeah.
All right. Nat 20.
Oh,
Man,
God.
DM is rolling fire tonight.
Yeah, it's specifically with this guy.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense, but also, how dare you?
All right. Okay, anything else you want to do on your turn?
She's gonna start running away.
All right.
Like, she doesn't want to be targeted by
So
Axel.
Millicent starts running
Walk
across
around.
the grove of olive trees back towards the villa.
Yeah, she's probably thinking like, this is like, folks are dying here, and I don't want to be one of them.
Yeah. All right. The Diva's turn.
Oh, you know what?
Mhm.
I think she's having a flashback to when the archive was burned down.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
She's having a flashback, and she says to herself, as an archivist, I can't let this happen again. The documents that I protect cannot go down with this blaze. And she clutches her satchel and starts jogging away from the flames.
All right. So the Gnostic angel sort of like floats off of the platform down into the middle of all the worshippers, takes out her flaming sword, and just with a huge arc, and just cuts through three of them.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And that's its turn.
Okay.
Excellent. Its eyes like turn to absolute fire, and sort of like looks around and makes dead eye contact across the barn with Axel, who's standing there like looking in. Okay. Shale, you're up. So Axel just like kicked away out of the
Right
barn.
in front of me.
Right in front of you, then turned around and is like looking back, making eye contact with the diva, giving you like his exposed shoulder.
Yeah. Who else can I see? Like from my what allies can I see?
You can see Can, and you can see Orion, who is outside of the barn.
Okay. So I can see Can? Can? See
Yes,
Can?
you can see Can.
Okay.
Oh, right? No,
Okay.
Can's inside the darkness.
Yeah.
Okay.
He
So
saw
just a
Orion, I think, jumped through the
I
window.
think every one of the doors inside the darkness, right?
I need to check how long the darkness lasts.
Yes, the only person
Well.
you could see is Millicent fleeing, I suppose. My mistake.
Oh, until the start of your next turn. So it's gone.
Okay. It's gone.
Okay. Okay. Well, that makes my turn a lot easier. So then who's closer? Orion or Orion's pretty close?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. So as Axel is right there and gives me his exposed shoulder, I am absolutely, with all of the fury my small frame can muster, I'm going to backstab him with my dagger.
Mm-hmm.
Reminder, add D4 for bless.
Yes,
Armor class is 18.
I am going to do that. I think I will use my inspiration to get advantage on this, because that is super cocked. 14 plus 2 plus 5 is like soft 21.
All right, so he's going to go ahead
19.
and use his reaction to try to parry that. And still hits.
My little tiny dagger. Oh, only does 1 plus, so it does 3 damage. I'm really glad that he used his reaction to parry mine little tiny dagger.
Yeah.
And then I lock eyes with Orion, and sort of use the dagger to sort of just like move Axel a little bit and keep his attention on me so that Orion can take a shot. And I bark out. What's my catchphrase? Free his mind!
Yeah, free his mind.
No, Orion! Free his mind!
All right,
Freeze
Orion,
mine
you get to
with
make a
an
bonus
arrow.
attack.
Okay. So he'll use his inspiration, and he'll draw the sword, the longbow back, and he'll stretch the bow back to its breaking point to get some extra power onto it.
All right, go ahead and make an attack roll.
Oh, and he misses. He rolls a 12.
I
Ooh.
will use my Revenge of the Faithless to give you a reroll on that.
Oh, okay.
Zorian
You
bless.
added the
As my
you added the
reaction.
Bless.
Drew says to free his mind from his skull.
He
Yes.
I got a crit on that one.
Nice.
There we go.
You get to do an extra. Should we do necrotic or radiant? This loser is probably not resistant to either of those, right? I choose radiant because I spent enough time on the dark side.
All right,
So
so
you
go
get
ahead
to
and
do an
double all your
extra
dice.
D8.
Extra 2d8
I
because it's a
just
crit.
summoned the name.
2d8 of radiant.
Okay, so 23 points of damage for the bow, and then if you're talking about radiant damage, so is there something else that I'm adding to it?
2d8.
2d8.
Okay, I will do that. So 8 more points. So 23 plus 8, 31.
All right, excellent.
And I'd like to, while I'm adding stuff to it, I'm going to add a disarming combat maneuver. So he makes a strength saving throw at DC 14, or he drops his greatsword.
He keeps it, unfortunately.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so your arrow like shoots him in the wrist. It's a critical hit. Goes like all the way through. He looks at it, just breaks it off though, and keeps his sword clutched in his hand.
Ooh.
Takes 2 more points of damage because of the
You should
combat
roll
superiority dice.
All right. You
Oh,
have
but I get to
36
double
points
it.
to him.
I get to double it though. So
Is it a crit?
yeah.
All
it
right.
was
And then I just like,
7. Another 7. Man, add it
Awesome.
up.
yes. And then I sort of like whisper in his ear. I like use the dagger to like just lift myself up a little bit before I pull it out. And I just say, "You really are never gonna see that coming." And then I drop back down. I am small, but I am so mighty.
All right, so Ray, you can go ahead and create an inspiration because Shale used your catchphrase.
Yeah, that's awesome.
All right. Wow. Very impressive turn, Shale. All right, so Arayn, now you get your regular turn. So you just shot
Okay.
this dude with an arrow. He's got an arrow like through his wrist. He just broke off. Shale, he just like shrugged off his shoulder, and he's looking absolutely furious at you. But he's also like overjoyed at the angel and the barn burning in front of him.
All right, so we'll start with our 2 attacks.
Mhm.
First one's at advantage because of inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's a 20 for 17 damage.
Okay.
And this one's at normal. A normal strike. That's 24 for 4 points of damage.
Okay. You guys have done 64 points of damage to him so far.
Wow.
I have 1. This is my last combat valor, so I'm going to run and make 1 more attack.
All right. So you close the distance, get up close, and then go ahead and take a swipe at him.
Well, okay. I don't really want to get close.
Oh,
if I
okay. Yeah, you can take
if I-
another shot
if-
then.
Yeah, because he's got a giant sword. 20 for 8 points of damage.
All right. Excellent. All right. And so with that last shot, you managed to grace him right across the cheek. He sort of like bends over and he looks at the blood for a second. And there at his arms, he's starting to realize that this is maybe a bit more evenly matched than he had hoped for.
Ah.
All right. Excellent. So it's Oki's turn, right? Hmm. And again, you guys don't notice anything that Oki is doing in the darkness.
The darkness is gone.
Oh, excellent.
It only lasted until Millicent's next turn.
All right. So what you see Oki doing is going around and like comforting everybody, right? The people who are like trying to like get towards the walls, he's trying to drag them back and have them sit.
Maybe we should try to save these people or something.
Yeah, about probably like half of them are like sort of like sitting there like screaming in pain, but like enduring it. Half of them are trying to escape, and Oki is there trying to keep people inside. All right, Can. At the start of your turn, go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw as the heat starts to become overwhelming.
Oof. 7.
So you take 4 points of fire damage as the flames spread around the barn.
Okay. It's getting down towards the end there. I'm behind.
Yes, you are in the barn. You can see all these people are around you, but Axel has already ran out.
All right, I'm gonna
You can probably get to Oki in this turn because he's inside the barn trying to keep people in. The angel's also floating around, just eliminating folks.
Oh God, this is a nightmare. I don't know. I think honestly that Can has just completely seen red and is like in the singular mind that he just sees that like, oh God, the commander is here, and he's just trying to take down the because all he wants is to capture the regicides. Yeah.
All right, so what you gonna do?
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lay on hands myself.
Okay.
For 15, and then can I like impose myself between like Shale and Axel?
You can run out the barn, yeah, and try to get.
Actually, no. You know what? You know what? I'm yeah. I want. Whoa! What? He ran away from me?
Yes, he's back outside.
Oh, I would have tried to grab him or something. Okay, then. Yeah, I think I just need to. No, you know what I'm gonna do then? I'm gonna use my channel divinity on Shale, and I'm going to say, I'm going to grasp my holy symbol and say, to the end they remain. And so she basically sanctuary, but she can attack and stuff.
Excellent.
Cool.
And then I'm going to turn back towards the barn and walk into the fire. And yeah, I'm gonna go try and like, I just help people out or something, or go confront Oki.
Excellent.
Is that like a bonus to AC or something? I can't remember. Sanctuary.
No, so he has to make a wisdom save before he.
Right. Excellent.
They can attack you.
Even better.
Yeah.
All
What's
right.
the DT?
So Axe still realizing that there's still a bunch of you, that the angel is here, but he himself is in some danger. He reaches into his jacket. He pulls out a little wooden whistle and he blows on it twice. And then he tries to push Shale away, and then just run back towards the villa.
Oh, absolutely. Oh no, I took my reaction already. Never mind. Just kidding.
Yeah, so he easily just sort of sidesteps you and hoofs it back towards the villa. thump, 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 his armor rattling with every step. Millicent, what are you up to?
Shit. I want to. Oh, so first, a little bit of role play. So Millicent has started to run away from the barn, but she looks back and sees that her friends are still fighting, and she remembers the archivist who died when she escaped, and she rethinks her approach and says, "No, this time I'm going to help. I'm not going to let them die."
All right, and as you turn around, you see Axel just charging right at you, it looks like.
Oh, hell. All right, manifest gravity rune on him.
So going to the satisfying thwom. This huge gravity well opens up, and he sort of like gets sucked into it.
Okay, now he's so good at making saving throws, but I've got to try. Yeah, I guess. Oh, that doesn't really make sense. I was thinking of erupting to pull him. That's not really helpful.
All right, so
can I slam him into the ground?
You what?
Can I slam him into the ground with the eruption, pulling him towards the?
Yeah, sure. He makes a saving throw against that.
Yeah, it's a strength saving throw.
And he's going to pass.
Okay.
I mean, I'm assuming a 21 passes, so yeah.
Yeah. All right. So with a bonus action, I'll use my last one to enhance Kondrakar's weapon. So the next time he attacks and hits somebody, he'll do more damage.
Fantastic. All right. And then so inside the barn, there's the angel there. Just goes around, again, noticing that the doors are open and some people are trying to flee, cast mass hold person.
Oh my gosh.
He is a jerk.
With a nat 20, one of the commoners saved, though, and still manages to flee away.
Hey, we saved somebody.
You go, buddy.
All right. But, Can, go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw. DC 17.
DC 17,
Yeah.
so 19 passes.
Yeah. You.
Oh,
So
plus
for a
the
second,
blast.
you feel like the chill like go through your veins, but you manage to shake it off, and you're not held by the angel's power. All right, Shale. So you just sort of got shoved aside like halfway as the commander starts to like hightail it out of here. Looking into the barn, you see people are trying to flee, but Can is going in there after the target Oki. What are you doing?
Well, the sergeant is not going to be able to run away, so that's fine. I will drop actually both my dagger and my shield, pull out my short bow, and shoot him in the back. Right as I'm just, and as I'm dropping and pulling it out, I'm giving Orin a look that, telegraphs my intention that he can get ready to do the same right after I do. I don't know if that's gonna hit. 14, 19?
19 does hit.
Oh, no! Ooh, 6 on the dice, max damage.
Nice.
That is 8 damage, and Ryan can take an attack as well.
All right.
Ryan nods
Ryan.
at Shale in understanding, and he pulls the longbow back as far as it will go, and let's sail. With a 20,
That'll hit.
15 points of damage.
You guys have done 95
And
damage total.
I'm going to add a distracting strike. Well, is anybody else in combat with the commander?
Millicent
Because-
is pretty
Millicent
close, but
a
not
little bit.
really. No one else is.
All right. A distracting strike will give I'll just hold on to my combat dice then, because I don't think anybody else will use it.
Okay, great.
And I just want to look behind me, which would be back into the barn, and just make sure that, like, yeah, everybody there is okay.
They're not.
I mostly mean, like, is Canned, like, about to pass out? He's still up, just sort of looking to see if there's anywhere I need to be moving.
All right, Can, how are you feeling? Are you looking okay?
Can's not feeling too great. Sorry, my cat got a hold of a D12. He's making a ruckus.
Rude. I am going to use my writ of mobility, if Can would like it, so that he can move his speed without opportunity attacks, so he can GTFO and at least take a breath.
Yeah, I think I'm going to try and drag Oki out. Because if I can take Oki out, then nobody else is keeping him inside. I mean, the angel might be killing them, but that would be nice to be able to drag him past the angel without getting an Oppie.
Yeah, you can try to do that. All right, so
I forgot my movement. I don't move at all.
All right, so you can run up to Oki next to the angel, and you can try to drag him out with your turn.
Yeah.
All right.
I figure if I get him out of there, then the only thing keeping the people inside is the angel.
All right, but first, Orion, right? You just let one arrow sail, and you hit the fleeing commander. It's your turn. Are you gonna take another 2 shots?
I want to take another 2 shots, and I'm gonna try pulling that bow back as hard as I can each time. All right, so that was a 12, but I'm gonna use a precision strike. I'm gonna try and see if I can add that up to.
You're also blessed, so you can add a D4.
It was already added in.
Okay, cool.
So this is AC 18 or 16?
AC's 18.
Oh, this is all right. We'll try it. So that's a 6, so that would be 18. I just barely made that.
Hey.
All right, so 17 points of damage. And last shot. And that misses.
All right. You guys are up to 112 points of damage on the commander. All right.
Should I use my last conviction point? I gotta do it. Use my last conviction point as my reaction.
Yeah, you say that with conviction.
Yes, I know. I'm like, you can do it. Hit him harder.
All right, we'll try it.
You can re-roll.
Oh, great. Okay.
All right, so go ahead and do it again.
Okay, so that's 14. I'm going to try another precision dice then, because I'm close. 14 plus 1, so 15. I missed.
Sadly.
Well.
All right.
Thanks, Jail. We're trying.
Yeah. So
you're great, buddy.
It is it's Oki's turn now. So Oki is gonna turn around, see Can charging right towards him, trying to stop him from doing his mission, and he's going to reach out and try to grab onto you before you grab onto him. Ooh, I don't think a 16 is gonna hit, is it?
No.
So he reaches out to you, but his inflict wounds misses. Luckily.
Oh. Oof.
Yeah. So at initiative count 20, we get another box text from dScryb. Fire erupts from the windows of the farmhouse and the barn while a thick smoke rises through the thatched roof. Terrified commoners and wives bleat and cry out from pens and areas inside the barn. But still louder are the panic screams of those who are not yet ready to die. A somewhat larger woman has caught fire, and her back fat is fueling the flames as she tears around the barnyard in terror, scattering, knocking down other worshippers as they run around in wild circles.
Wow, what a scene.
It's descriptive already,
Yeah,
man.
brought to you by dScryb.
Written by AI.
No, they hire people to write these things.
Oh wow, I was gonna say.
Woo. So at initiative count 20, Can, you're still in the fire. Go ahead and make another Constitution saving throw.
Okay, 16?
Ooh, so 16 will pass, and you only take 1 point of fire damage.
Okay.
Right in front of you is Oki. He just reached out to grab you and missed. The robes are now like all on fire on him. You can see that he's starting to see sweat and blister on his face as the heat's starting to overtake him.
I'm bringing this fool to justice. I'm gonna grab him and try and like corral him out of the place. Like I'm just gonna try and bounce him like I tried to do to Axel.
All right, go ahead and make a strength athletics check.
All right, 18.
Yeah, you win. You have a solid grab on him, and you can move half your feet while 15 feet while dragging him.
So I'm gonna move as far as I can to the door.
All right, you're
Oh,
probably.
and I get the I don't know. Do I get that extra movement or something? Or was that on the way in?
That was on the way in.
Okay, cool.
So you got about another
so,
15 feet before you're completely out of here.
Okay.
All right.
I might die in the process, but you know, we'll see.
We will see. All right, on Axtil's turn, he's still running towards the door, and then right over your shoulders, Array, you hear a large swoosh as a winged wyvern sort of flies down and lands right next to him. He gets on its back, on its saddle, and he flies out.
He tried to move away from the gravity. Strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw.
As if he would fail.
Fails, but
He
indomitable.
goes prone. Ah.
Oh.
Fails!
No.
Prone? Prone?
Yeah, he's knocked prone.
No way!
So the wyvern is there, and he tries to get up on it, and he like just falls
What are
on
the
his back.
chances?
Thump.
What are the chances?
All right, Millicent, right there in front of you, this person just falls down, thump. But right next to them is a wyvern has just landed, its wings still beating powerfully with a well braided saddle and barding covering it.
Oh shit.
What are you doing?
Con save on the wyvern?
20.
Again?
I think that's gonna fail.
What is it?
I don't have the
DC
wyvern
13.
stats right in front of me because I didn't expect you guys to actually do this.
Kandrakar's balls are making all of us brave.
Yeah. But I do have a wyvern stat blocker right here.
Okay.
So a 9 plus 3.
3.
Yeah,
It fails.
no fail.
It's blinded and dulled until the start of my next turn.
There you go. The wyvern screeches out. A little bits of poison shoot out from its fangs, and it wraps its tail around crazily.
I make sure I'm not in range of the wyvern's attacks, and I yell, "He's getting away!"
Fantastic. All right, that's Millicent's turn. The diva in the barn goes around, just kills 2 others in there, and then take 1 swipe at you can.
Okay.
With a 20 will hit, right?
Yeah.
Oh man. I'm sorry. I need to bust out the die roller for this.
Wait a second. Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah. You're good.
Ooh.
Get out of there, Can.
No, I'm down.
Okay, so you take 26 points of radiant damage, plus 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely down.
All right, and so Can collapses under the weight of the terrible swift sword. All right. That's the diva's turn. Shale. So just looking. Which way were you looking? Into the barn?
That was the last thing I did was after I shot to check to see how they were doing behind. So I probably, just as I was heading back to look at the wyvern.
Yeah. And so you look back around and then you missed it, but all of a sudden you see like the arcing of the angel's sword and can just falls down poof, into a pile of bloody hay.
Shale is at a bit of a level. She feels like this is all her fault. And so she's watching someone that she's got to know quite well and worked with quite closely and become a friend who has put his life on the line for her fall. And so she's going to probably can't pick up my shield and my dagger, can I?
I'll let you do it both. Just scoop them back up off the ground. No big deal.
Quickly scoop them back up. And I'm going to run into the barn. How far away from me is he?
Probably like 25 feet. It's easy. You can get there with your movement.
Yeah?
He was 15 feet inside the barn.
Okay.
But as you cross the threshold, go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, sure. 11 plus 1, 12.
Nope. So you take 18 points of fire damage as the heat just like smacks you in the face.
I'm fine. That only just got my temporary hit points anyway, so. I'm fine. Only 10 damage now. Okay.
Just
great.
a scratch.
Just a scratch. Just a flash. Yeah. And is the devil like right there in front of me, I'm assuming, or did she like swipe and pop away?
Yeah, she's turned her head. She's not even looking in your direction anymore. She's looking at another victim.
Great. I'm going to try and pull him out with my tiny frame. I'm going to muster every ounce of like belief and conviction and ferocity that I have and try to pull out my friend from the fire.
Excellent. Yeah, you can use your action to grab him and then take the dash action to drag him 15 feet. Totally doable. All right, so Orayan, you're sort of looking out there. This wyvern just sort of like landed right in front of you, or not right in front of you, like 20 feet in front of you, and all of a sudden it starts crying out in pain and confusion, giving you a moment to strike. But also, laying flat on his back is Axel.
All right, so Axel's on his back.
Yes, he is prone, so you'd have disadvantage with your ranged attacks.
Right, but I could run up and attack him with the scimitar.
Yes, you could do that.
Okay.
With
So I think I'll look back. Does Shale going to be able to get Can out of the burning building?
Yes, Can is out of the barn now.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty. It was a bit of a little bit at a time because she's tiny
right.
and has no strength, but she did it.
Okay, so we'll up and make 2 attacks with the scimitar.
Mm-hmm. Go for
On
it.
the
You can roll with
prone
advantage with your
figure.
scimitar attacks.
Right. Okay, a 19 for 5. And a 1.
Ooh. So the one's gonna miss.
Yep.
No more bless because Kandrakar is down, right?
Yeah, no more bless.
Yep.
All right. See now it's Oki's turn. Oki, who was dragged and now is seeing you being dragged out, is really sort of confused at this whole thing. He's gonna let you just go, and he lays down to accept his fate. Right? He just lays down, like opens himself up to the angel.
Well, I got him. As long as I got him to stopping other people from going.
Yes, everyone who has tried to flee has either been killed by the angel or is already expired by the fire.
All right. Well,
So that's
It's a
that.
valiant effort.
All right, Can, at the start of your turn, go ahead and make a death saving throw.
please no ones. Okay, that's a 12. We got 1 save.
Okay, excellent. Axtel's turn. Axel try to get up from the rune. And what's your... Yeah, he's going to get with the 19. That's good enough for him. He manages to fight off the rune's effect and get onto the wyvern, not realizing that it's blind and dulled. So he's like mounted on and trying to get the take off, and it's just not moving. He's kind of confused for a second. And in his rage, you can start to see that this is not looking good. He like turns over, looks at you there. He just like reaches it. He has like a little like pocket dagger and just like chucks it at you.
Oh, okay.
And an 18 will hit.
Yes.
Oh, only for 5 damage though.
Okay.
He doesn't have he has an extra attack, but he has nothing to attack you with. So you're just gonna yell.
Great.
All right, Millicent. So you're right there. Like, you just got sort of like shocked that he threw a dagger at you.
Okay.
What are you doing?
I see Shale drag Kandrakar out of the burning barn.
Mm-hmm.
Bonus action healing word. I only get 1 per day. This is what I'm using it for. And
Nice.
and I'll shout, "Don't be a fool, Kandrakar!"
What's the healing word of the day?
Fool.
Fool!
Fool!
And as he says that, the breath
Don't
of
make
life,
us remember you. That'll be the healing word.
the spirit of
And,
light sucks him.
As Kandrakar comes back to life, he says, "Did any mourn my passing?"
Okay.
Jill
That's your
shoots him
job.
a dirty look as she's like, pulling him out, when he says something stupid. Just like shoots him a dirty look.
All right.
She took 18 points of fire damage to pull him out. My God.
Right. So Millicent's got an action, and she's going to try to blind the wyvern again, because at the beginning of her turn, that previous blindness stopped working. So the wyvern has to make a Constitution saving throw.
All right. 12. That's gonna fail again, right?
Yes. So it's
Nice.
still blinded and dulled. And and I guess with the other, she will try a gravity strike on Axial. So he makes a strength saving throw.
All right. And he will pass with not any problem.
Yeah.
So he's good to move. The wyvern is still like flailing around crazily, right?
Yeah, and I'll move away. I'll move back towards Shale. No, that's a bad idea. Hide behind Orion.
All right. Yeah, you can sort of shuffle over a few feet and try to get behind him.
Yeah, and I'll say, "Take him alive. He wants to die."
All right. So inside the barn, you just hear another blinding flash of light, and the whole thing collapses. Boom. As the diva takes its turn. Shale, you're standing right there. Maybe you have to take a step backwards to avoid some of the burning embers and timber.
That was close.
I mean, Kento hasn't had a turn yet, so he's like got only a few hit points. So I will use my very tiny gnome body to like shield his body. I'll take the damage because I'm hot. Yeah.
All right. So you can take the
I'm
guard
currently
action.
the beefy one. Currently the beefy one.
Who's attacked now?
Yeah, and I tell him to get up on your feet. Get moving.
All right. So Orion, you see this wyvern right in front of you. It's still blinded, flashing about wildly. Axel's on its back, trying to whip it to try to get to take flight and get it out there, and it's just moving its tail erratically. You might have this might be your last chance to get it down.
Well, I think the wyvern will never see it coming. As we'll take a couple of bow shots at Axel. Then
Mm-hmm.
I can.
Mm-hmm.
All right. First one misses with a 12. Second one. Okay, the second one hits with a 21. Does 15 points of damage.
Okay.
I'm going to do another superiority dice to disarm him. So I'll roll another die 8
Okay.
for 6. So it's 27 points of damage, and maybe he drops the weapon.
So much damage.
Yeah, he'll drop the weapon. He'll save his last indomitable.
Okay.
You guys have done 159 points of damage to him.
Oof.
This is like a real high level NPC.
It's got to
We're
be
not-
so close. It's got to be so close.
Oh my god.
I want to get him.
All right. Excellent. Okay, so that's Orion's turn. Oki is dead. Can you find yourself prone, like having your arms above your head as Shale just dragged you out of the barn, having the life just breath back out of you, and the word "fool" echoing in your head.
Also, Shale telling you to get off your butt and get going.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna. Okay, time to get moving. I'm gonna stand up.
Okay.
I'm going to, and I'm going to move over to. I'm gonna try and get closer to Axel.
Okay. Yes, you can stand up and maybe close the distance. You're probably maybe 20 feet away from him.
Okay, and then I am going to. I'm going to command him to dismount.
Ooh, is that a wisdom save?
That's a wisdom for save against DC 14.
Okay. It's +2 to this roll. 9 fails. Indomitable.
No.
9 + 2, 12 fails.
All right.
Oh yes.
Right, he gets off the wyvern.
Yeah, he just dismounts off the wyvern on the start of his turn.
Wow.
Cool.
That is
Actually,
amazing.
Yeah, so Axel, that's his turn, right? At the start of his turn, he gets off his mount.
Yep.
Wow.
Great.
All right, Millicent, go for it. You're, what are you gonna do?
Fireball.
I literally don't have any spells that do damage. I mean, the one thing
As
I
an
can do-
archivist.
as an archivist, I don't carry a blade, but he does, and I'll use the enhance feature of the rune that is on Kendrakar's battle axe to make it do more damage
Excellent.
twice.
Good call.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I'll do that. Which means the wyvern is not going to be blinded.
I have not yet swung my axe.
All right, cool.
You could throw it though.
All right, Shale.
We're gonna get there. This is gonna happen.
Kendrakar's next attack does an extra 2d8 plus 6.
All right, so Shale, what are you gonna do?
Okay, so the wyvern is sort of doing its thing, but Axel is on the ground now, or
Yes.
he's just dismounted and is standing there. Like he's not prone or anything. Just
Correct.
okay. I will take a shot, and while I do so, I will also yell at Kendrakar. Oh, I don't think I hit. I'm very sure I don't hit. Actually, that is a 13.
13 misses.
Nope. But I yell at Kendrakar to take a shot.
All right, Kandakar, you get a free, you get a bonus attack.
All right, I'm gonna. I don't even know if I have any ranged weapons. I guess I would have like some javelins.
Yeah, sure. That makes sense.
All right. We'll take a shot with the javelin.
You could just throw the axe.
11 plus 5, 16.
16 misses. AC 18.
Don't have the bless anymore.
Just sailed right over his shoulder. All right, Orion.
All right. We'll take a couple more shots, and if I look at Axel, does it look like he's bloodied or ragged, or is he just?
He looks like he's at 159 out of 220.
Oh Lord.
We have a bit to go yet. Then. Damn it.
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
Maybe
I'm
we
gonna
can
stay-
try.
I want to stay at
should've-
range then, I think.
I should have kept the
It's hard to
wyvern.
hit too.
Yeah.
Whoops.
15 misses and
Maybe kill the wyvern, or he'll get away.
a 1.
Both
I
miss.
guess, yeah, Orion may be a little a little disillusioned when he takes a closer look at Axel and just sees that the guy is still really in good shape.
Yeah, he's an incredibly powerful foe.
Okay.
You don't become the commander of the armies by nothing, you know.
He'll remember us.
I have a question. Could Millicent have picked up his greatsword and dragged it away?
Yeah, his greatsword's on the ground, so
Yeah.
it's not.
It's not my turn anymore, but it's still Orian's turn.
Yeah.
How far away is am I?
You were like 30 feet away, taking those pot shots.
Okay, well then all I would be able to do is just get into range and stand on the sword.
Yeah, you can do that. Poof, and put your foot down on top of it.
That sounds ridiculously stupid, but I'll do it anyway.
All right. So Can, what are you going to do? Like your javelin, you just threw it, sailed wide. You got about 30 feet of distance you can close if you want.
Yeah, I got like no hit points. I mean, he's just gonna try and flee. I might as well just hit him.
Yeah, you can do that.
All right. Ooh, 17 plus 5, 22.
That will hit.
Uh, 24 with that extra damage from the thing.
All right.
Rune. And second attack. Oh, it's gonna miss. 9 plus 5, 14. No.
Yeah. The second one is no good. All right.
All right.
And on Axtil's turn, the charm of command wears off. He gets back on his mount, which is no longer blinded, right?
Correct.
Yeah, right. He kicks his spurs into it, and it takes flight.
Can I
into
get
the sky.
Can I get an oppie as he flies away?
Absolutely, go for it.
Oof. It's 16.
16 misses.
All right.
All right, I'll give you guys all like one more attack at him before he gets out of range if you want to. Shale, do you want to do anything as this wyvern flies off into the sunset?
I do. I want to use my action to take the help action, and I'm going to help Orion. Orion, I keep saying it wrong. But you're going to get a bonus to your attack of +3.
And advantage.
In
Yeah.
addition to advantage. So advantage
Okay.
and +3 for your attacks. Because
All right.
I'm helping you
Is that +3 damage or to hit?
to hit. Yeah,
Cool.
to hit. So I call out insults at him. I'm actually gonna call out insults in Gnomish. I'm going to use Gnomish, and I'm going to insult everything from what he's wearing to his haircut to
I
the
rolled a
way that he
15.
rides.
+3 is 18.
That'll hit.
I rolled an 18 for 20 points of damage.
Oh, we're so close.
Yeah. So close, but no cigar.
So is this an action?
Yeah, that was his attack. Or that was Orian's attacks, right?
Can Millicent use her rune voices?
As on your turn, yeah. Right?
Okay. Is that now?
Your turn is after Can's. I'm just giving everyone one last turn.
Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah. Can I try to blind the wyvern again?
I mean it's Can's turn, but yeah, when it's your turn, you can.
Okay. I'll just take a javelin or whatever it is. That's a miss.
Okay. Okay, so go ahead, try to blind the wyvern one more time. Makes it a con save.
Con save.
And it will fail. So it's flapping around wildly in the sky, but probably
Nice.
not enough for you guys to make any distance. Or go ahead.
I get one more. Now it has to make a strength save. I'm going to try to make it go prone, which would force it to start falling with the gravity rim.
Oh, take him out with falling damage, please.
Yeah, no. Sadly, it passes with a 19.
Darn.
Oh,
Yeah. So this thing is bucking wildly in the sky. You can see Axel trying to get it under command as it just skirts out of your range. And yes, he will definitely remember all of you. So you look behind you as the collapsed ruin of the barn. Think about all the things that you've learned here. And then as you're taking this all in, out of the rubble and smoldering ruins erupts this angelic form with wings. It just flies up into the heavens.
Oh, it just leaves.
Oh, good. I was about to run.
And I think that's what we'll call the session. Good job, everybody.
All right. Orion will make sure Ken gets the great sword if he wants it that Axel had.
Yeah. All right. So this is going to be up on YouTube for about another 2 weeks or so until the next episode of Killers of the King. If any of you people watching want to get in on the action, make sure to join the Discord. And if you have any thoughts, comments, or anything about how awesome this whole stream was, be sure to let me know in the comments below.
That was super fun.
Well,
It was awesome.
Alyssa, David,